You ain't really just raise your hands. Let me know that you want to stand. That we so glad you've been loved, loved. Stand for him apart from anything. Through his hearts, we are not the same. What will we do without pain? It's like we'll always fall short. But I'm free. Time for love. It's okay. And I'm so still love me. Seems my life is finally coming together. Feels so good, but don't think I've ever been better. It's clear to me my future will bring the peace I've been longing for is mine forevermore. It's a new day. Open my eyes and look back to the right. Shin ahead to my chorus near. It's a new day. Where I should begin. Should tell my beginning from the end. For every door that closed, the window open. And round the world and back again. It starts from in the head to my chorus mirror. Spread my wings, I'm doing things my way. It's a new day. I'm coming for the things ahead of me. I can find it, I can all embrace the going down and let go of the pain. I'm
My prayer was I asked God to not to let the devil kill me out here while I was in the streets before I could get back. And I said, if you give me one more chance at life and music, I promise you. I'm gonna shout you out, and I'm gonna testify. We're gonna have a little church up in there. Waking up, thanking God. Every day is feeling just like Sunday. Wifey fly, on the side. Green light, everything is going my way. Riding clean, living dreams. Just left the bar around, I'm feeling like Fridays. Heard him say, give him praise. Single water got you acting like this. The day go by, I don't try. Thank the Lord above. And if you wonder why I'm loving life, I'm close and I tell you what's up. Ask me how I'm doing, I'm blessed. Yes, living every moment, no regrets. Smile up on my face, I'm like, oh, yes, I'm blessed. Yes, I'm blessed. Yes, ask me how I'm doing, I'm blessed. Yes, living every moment, no regrets. Smile up on my face, I'm like, yes, I'm blessed. Yes, I'm blessed. Yes, playing cards, laughing hard, barbecuing, waking up the whole block. Music loud, turning loud. Little kids are breaking out the bus stop. Life is good, really good. And every moment, no, I can't forget. Gotta say, I won't change. You're the reason that I am like this. And a day go by, I don't try. Thank the Lord up above. And if you wonder why I'm loving life, I'm close and I tell you what's up. Ask me how I'm doing, I'm blessed. Yes, living every moment, no regrets. Smile up on my face, I'm like, oh, yes, I'm blessed. Yes, I'm blessed. Yes, ask me how I'm doing, I'm blessed. Yes, living with no regrets. Smile up on my face, I'm like, oh, yes, I'm blessed. Yes, I'm blessed. Yes, I'm blessed. 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 Yeah. For another drink, God, anyway, no me, you found another way. I'm going trouble all around, trying to tear us all down, but I got a thing, dog, every day I bug down. You know the devil working day and night, so but I look him in the eyes, see you a damn lie. Then I know I could have died in the time. I'm still around because of his work, not because of mine. And now I'm up on the doing time, got a message for you. Might be stressing now, but there's some blessing coming. And when it do through all the party and the nonsense, just take some time to thank God for what he done. When I'm under you, I wake up with them negative comments trying to get you to do something. You better not follow them demons, I swear. I declare, so much power in prayer. You had no nothing here. God is out. Yeah, I'm blessed. Like, oh, yeah, I'm blessed, I'm blessed, me up and down blessed. Yes. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. The sunshine in the shadow for so long. Was walking around with my eyes closed. Someone tell me why that. 'Cause lately I've been trying to change. I see all this life full of surprise. And if I don't find me, without forgetting you, my love, how beautiful is life. Show me how. How to pick myself back up from off the ground. Tell me now how to lift my spirit up above the clouds. And someone tell me how I feel. 'Cause lately I've been trying to change. I see it all the time. wonder and surprise of and if I'm not young and you find me, we're not forgetting you, nothing but how beautiful is life. How beautiful is life. How beautiful is life. We're not forgetting you, nothing. Your face of tomorrow. Is there some time to read tomorrow? When I'm drowning in the silence and hiding, find me. When I forget it, you remind me. I see how beautiful this life is, full of wonder and surprise. When I'm drowning in the silence and hiding, find me. When I forget it, you remind me. I see how beautiful this life is, full of wonder and surprise. And if I'm not still in the find when I forget you, you find me. Oh, I'm gonna pull this life. Oh, I'm gonna pull this life. I'm gonna pull this life. When I forget you, you find me. Pull this life. Time blinker red. Wonder what is wrong and say. Be the only I can guide your visions, true all seasons. Study me about your way. I can only hour best beyond it. Them on the doors when I done it. Please don't you ever the wall to define. Stand your ground to your feet, for you were the one who's demanded. Well, I'm talking to myself cause I never hear someone to tell me your someone who will try to remind me. So when he comes to buy my silence, I show my heart, my deep, I'm in that and the tree thank you for rubbing down the last people will tell you don't try to continue, you're better off if you can find never let and the trees thank you for rubbing down the last oh, oh, where is our then your throne is still empty. The treasure is yours when you find. Flap up your wings and fly onto your highway. And the cold wind flow through your veins. Know it when you get there. Your savior, your healer. What about the darker than hell? Should I be in the sweet your stare? Never let me into all that I share. Just nothing ever had Jesus. Inside it. Before they dawn in, but I guess not the way you stay too long. I hope you make it out in time. I look down in direction. No one has time if I finish. And I breathe down when I let it down. And I hit it down it. I'm in that. I ain't down, down. I'm in that. People will tell you don't try to continue your mental life you can find it. The fairies are waiting, your true love still empty. The treasure is yours when you find it. Scratch don't be so busy, what done that's no pieces. So down for the roads when you find it. And they got me tempting, the journey is ending. So don't lose yourself when you find
No before four, three, how I enjoy it. Then be the one who's fed up. Burn me up according to your sight. I'm bigger than the division between us. My blessings multiply. Protect my energy. The vibes that guarding my enemies. Protect my energy. Living in contemplate. Only way to do. Took me some time, but I found me. Shakes felt astounding. Moving too fast, I was drowning. In my own way, now grounded. When I look in the mirror, enemy look back at me. Had to be honest with myself. Analyze my tendencies now that I'm comfortable in my skin. No one can take that from me. 'Cause now I'm finally down in the peace. Take me, the vibes around me. Take my only way. Every cloud has a lining, bright place, perfect timing. Shine on mine, shine cause of alignment. I feel the change in me, abandoned always. Found realize my peace means everything. Now that I'm comfortable in my skin, no one can take that from me. 'Cause now I'm finally out in the peace. Protect my energy. The vibes of me. Finding my way. Take my name. Protect my energy. Oh, these days feels like the world's on fire. People run caught in their own desire. We point our finger, forget to see the change we need. Starts with you and me. Look inside, don't wait for someone else. Every choice begins with yourself. Every mistake, every argument starts from within. Is where it begins. If you wanna change, start with yourself. Lift your heart, put down those things. Speak, don't let it go. Let your love, let your truth.
be known. These days, the power's in your hands, be the light and underneath the strain. Start feeling yourself. Start today and watch the world slowly find its way. Every day, ooh, we all feel lost sometimes. Caught in chaos in our own little rhyme. But real change is closer than it seems. Starts with the love. Ooh, yeah. Dreams you dream. Look inside, don't wait for someone else. Every choice begins with yourself. Every mistake, every heart you mend. Start from within, that's where it begins. You wanna change the world? Start with yourself. Let your heart put down, step by, speak, don't let it go. Let your light, let your truth be known. These days, the power's in your hands. Be the light, ain't nobody keeps the same. Start with yourself. Start today and watch us slowly find his way. Yeah. Who can wait for one else? Ain't the heart within yourself step by step. Purple will grow. Each step I show. If you wanna change the world, start with yourself. Oh yeah. Lift your heart, open up, put down the spell. I speak, don't let it go. Let your love, let your truth be known. These days, the power's in your hand. The light, it's stand. Start with yourself. Start today and watch the world slowly find its way. Yeah, start with yourself. Yeah, the world beginning. For sunshine, for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Yeah. Thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Yeah. Thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, for pain. Thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. So thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. So thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, joy, for pain. hold on and always remember. If you can't find a home, borrow mine tonight. I've been lost too, just trying to get it right. Some still rises even when you're tired. If you can't see the road, walk by the road like just sailing in around town. If you can't find borrow mine. I guess paid my friend. Told the world I was good when I wasn't convinced. Choose a version of me I thought I should be. Still I learned grace don't come with receipts. Every scar tells me I survived. Not everything broken is asking to be fixed. There's strength is not still doesn't stay anywhere. If you can't find hope, borrow mine tonight. Been lost, just trying to get right. Sun still rising, people get tired. You see the road, walk by borrow night. Just sailing in time. If you can't find one day we get on from the other. Same old on moving. Faceless words, you meditation. Long enough to teach you what I say. You can find I've been on the horse, just trying to get it right. Sun still rises behind the valley. See the road, walk by the road like everything's you know. We're just passing it down till the dark runs out of time. Little things, little things, little things. Blow me a kiss from across the room. Tell me I look nice, even when I'm not. Touch my hair as you pass by my chair. These are just little things, little things. Oh, but they mean a lot. Give me your arms as we cross the street. Only at 6 o'clock on the dime. Just to laugh today when you're born. These are just little things, but they mean a lot. You don't have to buy me champagne or cigarettes and such. I never thought you would for diamonds or pearls. Oh, but honestly, honey, they only cost money. You could be twice as much as your church.
your shoulder. Whether they get me, I spend all the way. I'm gonna need your heart to rely on. Send me the one of your secret smile to show me that you haven't forgotten. Always, forever, forever and ever. I know they're just little things, but I need these little things. 'Cause it's the little things that mean an awful lot. Your smile lit up like a sunrise glow. Touch so soft where the seasons flow. We met where the stars take their flight. Every moment with you feels just right. Whisper your name in the rush of the breeze. Love like an ocean rippling with ease. Heartbeat sinking into this melody. You and I, forever, wild and free. Waves on the shore, every touch leaves me breathing warm. Still life with you, love's where I reside. Whisper your name in the rush of the breeze. Love like an ocean rippling with ease. Heartbeat sinking to this melody. You and I, forever, wild and free. Even in dark skies, the light remains through every storm. Please, my faith, the heart. You need to pretend. Love story will never end. Whisper your name in the rush of the breeze. Love like an ocean rippling with ease. Heartbeat sinking to this melody. You and I, forever, wild and free. Get up now, place your feet on solid ground. Get up now, friends come and go, who's got you down? Those obstacles are heavy, they don't disappear if you stay trapped inside your head. So get up now and face yourself. Get up now. Live for you, baby. You gotta live it for yourself. Get up now, place your feet on solid ground. Get up now, friends come and go, who's got you down? Learn to love yourself the way
love the idea of love. Get up, love. Gotta live for yourself. Be from that place of love. You love your neighbor. Only from that place of love that starts in your very own heart. Get up, love. And you, baby. Yeah. Oh, you got to live. So I can't live it all.
I'm just trying to tell you how I felt. Nobody was above, could you stare that sailor? You feel like it's a 1960s Hollywood trailer. Classic like cars, classic like Elizabeth Taylor. You to romance me, I need to give up. What I need is cause I love you. I really want to. You go be my glass of wine. Sunset on the exit.
Most of the times, I don't even say what I do. I just say my name is, okay, doctor, when I remember it. So, Dr. Matutu Tauhazwani, and I am the Assistant Dean of Teaching and Learning with Technology, responsible for the natural and agricultural sciences Is that not relevant? Very relevant. In the Faculty of Science at the Tshwane University of Technology. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and we always say distinguished guests, and it means nothing, right? But distinguished guests, so you are distinguished. Colleagues and participants, good morning. I know there's very important people in the room, and like everybody else, I'll say all protocol observed. So welcome to the Agri-Tech Thought Leadership Seminar hosted by the Institute for the Future of Work at the Tshwane University of Technology. We gather here today at a very critical moment for the South African agricultural sector. So agriculture, as we all know, it directly contributes approximately 2.8% to the GDP as of 2024, and it supports nearly 1 million jobs. Beyond these figures, it sustains rural livelihoods, informal markets, food security, and community resilience. It is among the few sectors that can advance economic inclusion, we agree, right? And climate resilience and employment at the same time. Yet the context in which agriculture operates is changing rapidly. And as colleagues in the sector, I'm sure you believe. So artificial intelligence, which is a buzzword now, satellite data and drones, IoT sensors, robotics, and digital platforms are transforming agriculture in a very rapid way. And farming now depends not only on the soil, the water, and labor, but also on data, connectivity, intelligence, and skills. So the central question before us, therefore, that we are faced with is how do we ensure that South African agriculture keeps pace with technological transition, and more importantly, that the transition is inclusive to all that is interested and inclusive to the beneficiaries. So if this is left unguided, technology can widen the gap between commercial producers and smallholders. However, with strategic alignment, it can become a powerful tool to bridge the digital divide. And that is why I was explaining my role that has technology in it. So this is why now that we are not speaking today about smart farming in isolation. We are talking about it, and we're talking about it as building an intelligent farm ecosystem, an ecosystem that is data-driven through real-time climate, soil, and market intelligent, human-centered, with where technology augments farmer decision-making, predictive, using AI to anticipate risks before they become crises, like we've been doing in the past, human-centered, where where technology augments farmer decision-making, networked, connecting farms to markets, to regulators, to financiers, and extension services, and policy aligned, which is another very important one, which enable real-time monitoring of national strategies, such as the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. I'm supposed to be opening, I'm just finishing. So in the ecosystem, the future of work is in agriculture is not man versus machine. It is man and machine. And where farm workers become data stewards, drone operators, climate smart managers, digital extension officers, and agri entrepreneurs. Our vision for the university has just changed to building up entrepreneurial graduates. And this is one of the reasons that we have done that as an institution. So we need to find a youth that find meaningful technology-enabled roles in agriculture. So this seminar today brings together a diverse and essential group of voices. And each voice will be offering a unique and very valuable contribution to building an intelligent farm ecosystem. We have policymakers in our group. I believe that we have scientists and technologists. I believe that we have labor and skills experts, industry and value chain actors, and extension services, which I believe includes the youth and entrepreneurs who can share on the ground realities.
So building an intelligent farm ecosystem requires alignment between policy, science, labor, and the youth, which are very key to our growth as an economy and to our industry. So by the end of today, colleagues or ladies and gentlemen, will not be seeking additional presentations. We are seeking to at least get out with 4 tangible outcomes. And the first one is that we need a clear roadmap towards an intelligent farm ecosystem for South Africa. Secondly, we need to identify priority skills that are required for this transition. How do we get there? And the third one is, obviously, we need policy actions that will support and enable AI implementation of the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. And the fourth one is that we need a practical pilot initiatives and partnership that begin immediately. So I encourage you that each and every one of you today, as you participate in this whole seminar today, please focus on what is practical, on what is scalable, on what is inclusive, and what is actionable. We don't just want to come here, spend the whole day, and we don't know what we're going to do when we leave this place. So let us move from ideas to direction, from discussion to commitment, and from technology to transformation, and to putting our hands on the ground. So thank you for joining us for this important and national dialogue. As we move forward, I encourage you to stay engaged beyond today's seminar, and please share your thoughts by participating in the poll on the Institute of Future Work I4 LinkedIn page, which is now available. If you are like me and you are not so familiar with your social media, can you please do it? Just remind yourself that you have to do it. If I can do it, you can also do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a very difficult task today. With all the engagement that we'll be doing, I have a difficult task of making sure that we'll leave here on the time that has been given to us. So I believe that we're starting this day on a very beautiful note. And as we go forward, we will also have a great day. I would now like to call... Okay, I've done my opening. I think you can clap hands. Thank you. So it is now 9:15, and we are going to call Mr. Tim Mohlomi, who is the Senior Director of I4 at TUT, to come and do the opening session for us. Mr. Mohlomi.
So, Dr. Matutu, from today, I know you. Good morning, colleagues. This is a wonderful morning, and where we have gathered actually to deal with one of the most important topic, agriculture. And I said to Dr. Granny when she walked in, I said, at least the scientists, the agriculture scientists today, they look gorgeous. And so we just created that platform so that you are out of your boots and other stuff. With that said and done, my name is Tsidiso Mohlomi. I am the Senior Director for the Tshwane University of Technologies Institute for the Future of Work, which is an initiative of the university, which has a goal and purpose of bridging the gap between the industry and academia. As the university, we are the biggest contact university in the country. We have over 60,000 students, and we have the national footprint. And beside UNISA, which is long distance, I do believe that TUT contribute also towards the larger population of unemployed graduates, or the graduates that are not employable. The university, in trying to resolve that problem, decided that we needed to have the ear in the industry so that we understand the new technologies that are coming in, their implications on the jobs, so that as the university, we can react accordingly to make sure that the TUT students and graduates, by the time they leave the university, they are employable. And it is through sessions like this where we are then being deliberate to say that we need to influence the policy discourse. We need to influence the discourse in the industry. And we also need to make sure that the students and the faculty members and everyone in TUT understand the landscape and the ecosystem so that we could be the digitally advanced university that we are. And in this morning's session, it is very critical and critical more on the content that we are going to consume, but also then critical in a sense that we have brought in the room the right people. And therefore, so when you are sitting here this morning, you are not lost, you are not misplaced. And we are expecting you to contribute to the discourse that will change the trajectory of the country. We want to encourage you to participate in influencing the discourse that will also influence the sector. We need to make agriculture sexy again. Now, the people that are, we have actually also my friends from the Free State that came through. Ms. Tanda Kamushodi from the University of the Free State, and Mr. Pule Mulanenyane from Mangaung. And I know that we also have colleagues from UKZN. So we kind of like have people from far and wide. And the organizations that are represented here today will be it's SANSA, South African National Space Agency, National Agriculture Marketing Council, Food, Agriculture and Natural Resource Policy Analysis Network, FUNPEN, Agriculture Research Council, South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions, Potato SA, Raw Liquid, Agri SA, University of KwaZulu-Natal, University of Pretoria. And if I did not mention you, it doesn't mean that we don't recognize you. And we are also very grateful. I see my former colleagues from Gauteng Department of Agriculture, they are here. So we are gonna have fun. With that said and done, colleagues, let the battle of ideas start. Let the deep discourse around agri-tech, where man and machine are working together, begin. And before I leave, let me also thank our crop science department, agriculture in TUT, for also coming through. This is really good, and it's good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mhlomi. So what it means is that, no, dibo vilo, not dibo fullos. I'm selling myself. So what it means is that the dogs are now tied, okay? So if I'm your host and you are my guest, feel around to roam my yard. So you are free. If you also, you didn't forget, but you did say that you might have missed out. So I think you missed out SACNASP. It's very important. If you know what SACNASP do and you are not in alignment, please, the SACNASP. Do you have forms? No, we do it online. So we are here to really engage, and I'm so happy that you don't have parallel sessions. Well done, because I was going to be torn on which topic to attend to if there were parallel sessions, because really it's very important that we listen to everything. So we are going to start our process for today, and we are going to go immediately into our first panel. Where is it going to be set up? Is it here? There. Okay. All right. So I'm going to call Professor Granny Signolo, who's going to champion the first session, which is titled Policy and Economic Context, Agriculture Landscape from Policy to Value Chain. Yeah, from policy to value chains. So Prof. Granny Masatsi Signolo happens to be my colleague. We both work in the Faculty of Science at Tshwane University of Technology, and she is an academic and a researcher in the agricultural economics. I can continue. Oh, okay. I have ADD, so I get disturbed very easy. So her work focuses on strengthening sustainable agricultural systems, improving market access to smallholder farmers, and promoting inclusive agri-food value chains. She managed the Stimulated Agribusiness Accelerator Program, a project that trained farmers and extension officials from the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in various agricultural skills. She plays a key leadership role in various she plays a key leadership role in managing the South Africa and Senegal sustainability targets through economic diversification of rural areas. And it's a master, something that is abbreviated as a master project. It is an international initiative funded by the European Union and brings together universities and training institutions to enhance agricultural education and food security, rural entrepreneurship, climate resilience, and the role of neglected and underutilized species in sustainable food systems. What a mouthful. Prof. Signolo is passionate about postgraduate mentorship, youth empowerment, and the development of practical training programs that support innovation, resilience, and sustainable livelihoods in the agricultural sector. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Signolo. Let's encourage her with a wonderful clap of hands.
Lavender, oh, I'm the tallest person in this. Am I audible? Okay. Sanbona, where I come from, Ririndrao. Thank you. All right, Program Director. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. She already said, distinguished guests, colleagues, policymakers, industry leaders, students, and the one and the only, my HOD, Professor Sound. Good morning. I want to make sure you know he is here. Allow me to welcome you in this session as we discuss AI. Although you said AI, Chair, artificial intelligence, we have been AIing this thing since the beginning of time in agriculture. AI stands for artificial insemination. As we discuss that today, throughout this seminar, it is important to recognize that technology does not operate in isolation. Its impact depends on policy frameworks, market system, labor dynamics, and value chain readiness. Agriculture in our country is undergoing significant transformation, driven by digital technologies, changing employment patterns. As we talk employment, remember, we are at the center called I4. It's all about employment. The national frameworks, such as the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, emphasize the need to build an inclusive, competitive, and technologically enabled agricultural sector. One that integrates smallholder farmers, that supports youth, that strengthens the value chain, and enhances resilience to climate and economic shock. The key question that we need to ask ourselves this morning or today is that how do we translate policy frameworks into practical value chain opportunities that harness AI, not artificial insemination, but artificial intelligence, and agri-tech to improve productivity, create jobs, and support inclusive growth. We are honored this morning to be joined by three distinguished panelists whose expertise spans agricultural statistics or statistics in general, market policy and industry implementation. Together, they will help us unpack how economic trends, policy frameworks, and technologically transition intersect to shape agricultural landscape. Allow me to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Ashwell. I'm scared to pronounce the surname. I'm not very good on that. As he's coming, I'm going to quickly go through. Come. Yes. I'm going to quickly go through his biography so you know who this man standing close to me is. It's not many times where you find a Stats SA person standing close to you. Make sure. Mr. Jeneka holds a BSc in Mathematics and Mathematical Statistics, a BSc Honors in Mathematics. In a nutshell, he holds a master's degree in Urban and Regional Sciences from the University of Stellenbosch. He began his career at Statistics South Africa as a statistical training officer and subsequently advanced to Deputy Director of Marketing, Acting Director of Communication for Census 2001, Executive Manager of Statistical Information Services, and Executive Manager of the Data Management and Information Delivery Project. He was later appointed as Deputy Director General, responsible for Program 5, which is Statistical Support and Informatics at Stats SA, a position he has held since 2008. The purpose of this program, Program 5, is to enhance service delivery by leveraging technology in the production and the use of official statistics. We talk numbers. It also informs policy through statistical geography and is responsible for building and maintaining a spatial information framework. Mr. Ash, I'll call you Mr. Ash.
Thank you.
Give him a hand.
Thank you very much. Okay, all of that long story. What I do is I collect statistics at Stats SA. That's you could have summarized by saying that. Just to show you, I mean, I take my job very seriously. I'm going to move there. Cool. So some people think statistics is difficult. I mean, yeah, some people think that. So let's call that a hypothesis. Some people find our statistics difficult. So let me collect some statistics here. By the show of hands, right hand. But you must now participate now, otherwise the thing doesn't work. Who thinks statistics is difficult? Yeah, put up your hand. Who finds statistics difficult? Okay, so, hold up. We must, you know, for my statistics to work, I must count. Sort of 1 there, 5 there. Roughly 20% in this room think statistics is difficult. So that is what I do at Stats SA. I count how many people think statistics is difficult, and then I release statistics. 20% of the people in this room think statistics is difficult. So that is statistics. You know, that is what we do. Now, today I'm going to do two things. One is my first 5 slides, I'm going to try to show you and convince you that statistics is not difficult. That's my first couple of slides. Then I've got 4 slides where I'm going to give some ideas on how we can take this forward. Specifically, I'm going to look at the issues of data-driven, so like decision-making using data, and then predictions, AI predictive. So I'm going to give you a couple of contacts, some people to talk to, some projects to become part of so that we make this practical. Okay, so that's the 2 parts of my presentation. I used to be a maths teacher, so I repeat things. So I'm going to repeat that. So there's 2 parts. Have you ever listened to TED Talks? Any one of you? TED Talks. If you haven't, you should listen to. TED Talks is great. In fact, they've got a book. And in the book, they say people can only remember 3 things. So your presentation must never have more than 3 things. So I thought I'll over-deliver today. That's why I've only got only two things for you to remember. Okay, let's start with the statistics in general. So at Stats.SA, we bring out 275 releases every year. So almost every day, some statistics comes out. So it doesn't matter what you do, you must first go to Stats.SA and say, what have you got? Like on food, what have you got on farming, what have you got on people? Okay, so every day a statistics comes out. This is one of the statistics that comes out. It says there's 63 million people in South Africa at the moment. So what do we do? Every 10 years, we count exactly how many people it is. It's not an exact count because people sometimes do not want to respond. In fact, in the last census, we missed about 30% of the people and we had to adjust. So we then do what's called the post-enumeration survey and we adjust. But then in the interim period, what we do every year, people die. Every year, about 500,000 people die every year. Then we've got net migration, people coming in and out of the country. That's about between 100 and 200,000. Then we've got births. Every day people make babies. Not in Gauteng, but in Limpopo and in some other provinces. A lot more babies get made. But Gauteng people are a little bit lazy, so our birth rate is a bit low here. So that's how we come up with 63 million people. So this is the population you're looking at. You're looking at 63 million people in total in South Africa. Now, I said there's 275 reports that we do. What is the most important thing? What's the biggest issue we've got in South Africa? There's two things. It's poverty and inequality. So poverty is the biggest problem we've got. So what is the poverty? So how do we measure poverty firstly? We've got a line, simple line, 3 of them. The lowest one, if you fall below the lowest one, you haven't got money to buy food. Those are really poor people. They don't have food. 777. And there's about 17.6% of the people below that line. 10 million people in South Africa, 10.8 doesn't have enough money to buy food. 777. That's how much money sometimes people send in Woolworths on a day. You know, some people go into Woolworths just to buy bread, and you come out and you've spent 777. But some people in South Africa, specifically 10.8 million, doesn't have that sort of money. The next thing that's important is the lower bound poverty line. Now, this one is the one we track in the NDP. And about 38% of the people in South Africa, every month, they must decide, this month, do we buy food or we do buy other essentials? They don't have enough money to buy both. So this is the biggest issue we've got in South Africa. And it's called the poverty lines. And we do an income and expenditure survey that shows you that. So the biggest issue in South Africa, poverty and inequality. Why are people poor? So we now know, let me just go back, we now know that about 23 million people falls below the lower bound poverty line. Why are people poor? Now some people said statistics. Remember those ones who had their hands up who said statistics is difficult. So I'm now saying there's 63 million people in South Africa. 23 million of them are poor. Why are they poor? Can anyone think why people are poor? By the show of hands. Why are people poor? Anyone? You can scream. And you must remember, statistics is not like mathematics. Mathematics, there's wrong and right. Statistics is not like that. You can say anything. It will be right. On average, it's always right. Okay, let me tell you. Yeah. Of course, people don't, if you don't work, you don't have money, you are poor. There's a second reason why people are poor. Can people think why? What is the second biggest contributor to poverty? So the first one is you don't have work. What do you think is the second biggest contributor? Yeah. Now, the economy is sort of it's causing everything. It's a causal thing. But the second biggest reason why people are poor is because they're not educated. It's education. It's years in schooling. So you're either poor. So we do a lot of things in South Africa. We build houses. We give people water. We give people RDP houses. People sell their houses because they don't have money to support the house. So we do a lot of stuff in South Africa. But the biggest thing is we must give jobs. and we must give education. And the only way we can have jobs is if the economy is growing at between 4 and 5%. So I've got a slide on that. So people are unemployed. 31.4% of the people in South Africa are unemployed. And in fact, there is about 4 million people, 3.7 specifically, who do not go out and look for work anymore. You ask them, have you done anything? I mean, you can look on your phone. I mean, many of us are sitting with our phones now. You can look on your phone. They say, I've done nothing. I don't look on my phone. I don't go to the road anymore. You call them discouraged. And when you add the unemployed and the discouraged, you're sitting with 42.1%. Now, there are some countries in the world where people prefer not to work. Their parents had enough money. So they don't. We are not in that situation in South Africa. So our real problem is sitting at 42%. In fact, if you're in the Eastern Cape, it's more than 50% of the people there are not in employment. So that's the biggest contributor. There's something else which I think is relevant for us. It's called NEET. NEET. Now, if you're Afrikaans speaking like myself, you think NEET is cool. But NEET is not cool. NEET is not in education, not in employment, and not in training. So this applies to people 15 to 24. So think about 15 to 24. Some of our students are there. And if you're between 15 and 24 and you're not in employment and you're not in education and you're not in training, then you're doing nothing. You know, so we've got in South Africa, we've got 3.5 million people that does nothing. Now, sometimes people asking me, are we not too many in South Africa? There's 63. I say, no. 63 is not many. It's a good number of people. And our median, let me talk about median so that I can sound intelligent. Like, you know, there was lots of doctors here and professors, and I haven't got a doctorate, so let me use the word median. So what's a median? A median is just the middle. You know, just sort the numbers and then you get the middle. Now, median age is around 26, which means that we are very young. We're a young population. And when you're young, you've got something called a demographic dividend. Demographic dividend means lots of young people, not so many old, not so many children. Just everyone is here in the middle, the youth bulge. So that's great. That's lots of potential. But this youth must be employed, and they must be trained, and they must be healthy. You know, they must be healthy. Otherwise, it doesn't. Then the demographic dividend doesn't work. What's the opposite of that? The opposite of a demographic dividend is a demographic bomb. So you either have a demographic dividend or you have a demographic bomb. We saw a little bit of this bomb 2 or 3 years ago during the riots in KwaZulu-Natal. And even in Cape Town, you saw with the taxi violence. So you've got all these youngsters between 15 and 24. They're just hanging at home. They're waiting for some sort of an action to come. So when people run and they steal things from Makro, you all jump in and go and steal. That's the demographic bomb waiting to explode. So this 3.5 million, so when we think of our plans in agriculture, now agriculture is almost the best industry to accommodate us, because you can take anyone. Interesting, when it comes to education in South Africa, we've got a lot more people with matric, but after matric people fall out, either because they don't have money, because they've got bad results or that. So we've got a lot of these 3.5 million with matric. So we need to think there are people sitting around doing nothing, and you can easily pull them into agriculture. You can easily pull them into mining. So those are good options for us. Let's talk about the economy. Because the economy needs to grow at 4 or 5% before we create jobs. Otherwise, it's called jobless growth. And the only time the economy grew at around about 4%, besides the olden days before the international crisis, that was the olden days. That was before 2008. This was just coming from COVID. This red one there at the bottom is COVID. Coming from a low base, we had sort of an artificial growth. But after that, you can see the economy is just growing at 1.1%, far from 4% where we need to be. Let's look at some agricultural statistics. So agriculture's contribution to the economy at the moment is 3%. It's the red there at the bottom. So what we want is we want agriculture to be much more. Because at the moment, our economy is not growing. So even if we do give people education or qualification, then you see, even our graduates, you would find they can't go into the job market because there's not enough jobs. The economy is not growing enough. So we need to think totally different. We need to think totally different about how we create jobs. Agriculture, at the moment, is contributing 3%. Interesting, when it comes to jobs, agriculture contributes 5% of the jobs in South Africa. So it's punching above its weight. So it's only contributing 3%, but it's creating many more jobs, much more jobs, because it's the type of industry that can take the type of people. The 3.5 million that we've got, they can go into agriculture, because even without education, there's a place for you in agriculture. And we see between 2023 and 2024, 25,000 jobs were created in the agricultural industry. Okay, let's take a break here. That's the first part of my presentation done and dusted. Was that difficult? Where was those people who put their hands up? We'll see. We'll do another poll afterwards. Let's talk about the second part. So today we're here to think about how do we're talking about evidence-based decision-making or data-driven. We want to have, when you think of the total ecosystem of the agriculture, one important part is data-driven. We need to know what is the market like. You need to know what's the weather going to be like. I saw someone wrote yesterday in the Business Day about El Nino. So what is the weather or the weather patterns going to be for the next year? So we need to know. So let me give you some ideas of who you should be speaking to and who you should be partnering with around data. So the first one is a very good friend of mine. He's also a doctor. I did tell you that I haven't got a doctorate, no? I'm not touched by that because I know a lot of doctors. So my first friend is working at the CSIR, Dr. Jabu Mutsweni. I must write his name down, Dr. Jabu Mutsweni. So at the CSIR, we've got a partnership between us, that's SA, the CSIR, Department of Science and Innovation, and SARS, the four institutions together. We started what's called the National Policy Data Observatory. This was during COVID, when we weren't sure when to lock down and when to allow people into the country or when to send people away. We started this National Policy Data Observatory so that we can say, let's make evidence-based decisions. So since then, the National Policy Observatory has developed into looking at many other things. For example, policy questions like water or crime, or looking at what caused the riots in KwaZulu-Natal. So one of the things that we need to put on Jabu's radar is to say, because Jabu is he's a doctor himself, but he's got many doctors at the CSIR. They've got more doctors than in Stats SA. When Paddy Lahotla used to be at Stats SA, he says if he throws up a 20 cents, then it will fall on a doctor at Stats SA. But in the CSIR, I must say, there's many doctors. And many of them is working with Jabu. And so they are doing a lot of research. And we must say that agriculture is one of those growth industries that could potentially turn the economy around. So we want Jabu to have it, same as water, same as crime, same as COVID was. We want it to be one of those things that government looks at. It's one of those policy elements. So what they can do is they can do research for us. They can do predictive analysis. The problem with Stats SA is it looks backwards. It tells you what happened last year. It tells you what happened last quarter. How many people were employed last quarter? When you want to get ahead, you want to know what's happening now. What's going to happen in the future, then you are sort of becoming intelligent in your decision making, and Jabu can help us with that. So the National Policy Data Observatory, that's the one we should partner with. That's one of our partners. The next one is called Mzansi Exchange. It's another doctor, also a good friend of mine. So you guys think I don't have a doctorate, but I've got so many doctor friends, they can be giving me a doctorate by now. Anyway, this is Mzansi Exchange. This is Dr. Ayanda Shlatswayo. She's a chief director at Treasury, and they're starting Mzansi Exchange, which is combining all government data in a database they're working with the presidency and ourselves to see how you put all this data together that government has got for real-time decision making. So if you can imagine all the data that government has got in its holding somewhere. I mean, if you go to the hospital, you must give all your details. When you go to Stats SA, you must give all your details. And Home Affairs. Now, the way Mzansi Exchange works is when this thing works well, you'll only have to give your data once. And all government departments should have the data and share it amongst ourselves. But you could also go in there and tap to say, what is happening? How many farmers? How many extension officers? What is the farmer register look like? So, Dr. Ayanda Shlatswayo from Treasury, Mzansi Exchange, that's the next one we should call in our partnership in terms of transforming the agricultural sector. So those are two. This is my last slide. Then there is something called the UN Global Platform. So myself, my boss is actually chairing it. It consists of about 100 plus organizations right across the globe. Statistics agencies, private sector, academia. And you yourself can also go and type in UN Global Platform. And then there's 9 working committees. And you can become part of these 9 working committees. Because one of the things they are looking at is there's one of the task teams which looks at satellite imagery. I mean, Sansa is doing satellite imagery for us in South Africa. But they look at that and they say, how can we inform crop estimates or how whatever you need for a farmer to make decisions? And so what I would suggest is, in terms of looking forward or more practical steps, become part of the National Policy Data Observatory. Get familiar with what Mzansi Exchange is doing, and then the UN Global Platform, see what are they doing around AI analysis, because we should learn from these international organizations to make sure that we are looking ahead as well. Thank you. My next slide is blank.
Thank you, Ash. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Mahluregi Victor Tindisa. He holds a PhD in agripreneurship from the University of Witwatersrand or Witwatersrand. He has published and presented scientific peer-reviewed articles in domestic and international journals. He is a postgraduate external examiner in journal peer reviewers. He has over 26 years of experience in the execution of farmer support and development strategies and programs as an agricultural economist. He's from the National Agricultural Marketing Council. Doc.
I see I'm being sabotaged by my good prof there. I don't know how you go into a battle without the tools and equipment to First, defend yourself, but also attack where there is a need. So yeah, my name is Matloredi Tindisa, Victor Tindisa, still okay, from the National Agricultural Marketing Council, NAMC or NAMEC. I'm not here alone. I'm here with a colleague who developed the slides I'm going to be showing. A lot of them being graphs, but also diagram. And me and her agreed that I'll just deliver the presentation, and should there be difficult questions, she will then take those questions. I'm standing on the salutations and greetings by the previous speakers, Assistant Dean and previous speakers. The brief is to speak about macroeconomic trends. So I'm going to try to go a bit deeper on what DDG Janaka was earlier on speaking on, but focusing on agriculture. I might as well indicate that as the NAMC, we are tasked by the parent, in this case, the Department of Agriculture, to execute the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. So the presentation will just try to indicate that in relation to agri-tech, digital technology, and going forward on agriculture, where do we see the future? That would be the outline. I have to speak about the NAMC and pay the bills. I realize that I'm online and my chief executive might not be happy with me if I don't speak about who's the NAMC. But then getting to the performance of the sector, I see Ketiwe made a typo on number 2 and number 3, but end up with double AMP, Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. So DDG, starting with the NAMC, we are an entity, state-owned entity of the National Department of Agriculture. And we are established, we are a creature of statute. We are established in terms of the Marketing of Agricultural Products Act, number 47 of 1996. So we are taught, since we are at an academic institution, we are taught earlier on that whatever you produce in agriculture should be driven by market. And I'll indicate that, suffice also to indicate that one of the significant roles, legislative roles of the NAMC is to advise the minister, on any other issue that relates to agricultural marketing policy. And from the NAMC side, we then conduct research to provide evidence-based policy advisory services to the minister, to the department, but also directly affected parties. So it is in our interest that out of this session, it does not only become a discussion, but also we formalize our relationship with TUT. Already we've got formal engagements with the University of KZN, which is here, through Professor Chicha. We work with them quite a number of times, but also we have engagements with the University of Free State through what they call science goggles. So we would want to formalize this relationship going forward so that whatever we do in agriculture is grounded, is anchored on science-based solutions. DDG Ashwell, data is everything. I'm sure statistics, I heard you explaining that there is a difference between statistics and mathematics. Myself, as an economist, agricultural economist, we always say validated data, it is the heart. Data, it is the conscience and mind of agricultural research. So there is a philosopher who once said that it's always difficult to analyze what you have not measured. It's very difficult. So whatever you want to evaluate, you need to have data because data will then inform the method that you're going to employ, but also give you some level of appreciation of historically what happened. So what is the data saying, DDG Ashwell and colleagues here? Data is telling that, in fact, before I even speak about that, the message that I'm going to be putting forth in terms of this data is that we need to make agriculture fashionable. Agriculture should be seen to be sexy, and it is sexy. There are those who came before me who would say that wealth comes from the soil. And the message I'm going to be putting here today is that agriculture is fashionable and agriculture is doing well, notwithstanding the challenges that we have like any other sector. We're having our own challenge. So why am I saying agriculture is doing well? And I'm hoping those who are at the back can be able to see the slide. If they can't, they are available for circulation and consumption at leisure. So over the at least last 10 years, I might as well say since 1994, agriculture has grown by value, has grown by volume. It's not me, it's data that we have. We were at some point in 1994 in terms of the gross value added, which is just simply the value of agriculture at any given time. I'm scared of defining some of these things considering that statisticians are here. Suffice to indicate that at some point, we were at 2.5 billion. As I stand here presenting in this session, agriculture, it is at about 190 to 200 billion. That is the GVA. And the graphs, I think, are self-explanatory. We've been increasing over time. However, although the challenge is that the growth is not accompanied by the inclusive growth in terms of job creation. So there is a lot of work that we need to do to ensure that even though we have doubled over a period of time by value, by production, that translates into the employment that we need. That translates into the employment that we need. DDG Ashwell spoke about the contribution of agriculture in terms of the GDP, which is about less than 3%. I would argue, DDG Jenega, we always say to the National Treasury that when you look at agriculture as a sector of the economy, you are going to miss the point. You need to look at agriculture from agriculture and agro-processing. Hence the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, because a value chain is very important. We need to look at it from a value chain perspective. And if you then consider agriculture plus including the agro-processing side, then the contribution of agriculture and agro-processing then jumps to more than 10%. And our argument all the time with our friends and colleagues at the National Treasury is that when they allocate budgets, that's how they should be looking at agriculture. Because it's one thing to look at agriculture on its own, but you don't look at the value chain side. Coming to trade, once again, agriculture has got a good story to tell. Over the last 10 years, we have increased. As of 2025, we have, in terms of agricultural exports, agriculture has contributed 15.1 billion, record over time. 2024, it was 13.8. With the La Nina phenomenon that we are seeing now of above average rainfall, the expectation current is that 2026, we're going to be hitting 15.5, 15.8, then thereabout, in terms of agricultural exports. However, once again, the challenge that we have in the spirit of agriculture and agro-processing master plan is that if you look at agricultural products as agriculture, of course, we are on a positive trade balance. But if you flip the slide, you look at the agro-processing data that we have, then you realize that we are on a almost equal trade balance, meaning the imports are almost the same. And for us to be able to grow the economy, what we need is that the exports needs to be far much more than the imports so that we can then drive industrialization. So the agriculture and agro-processing master plan is to then say, while we maintain the agricultural trade balance, we also need to flip the script on the agro-processing side. There was a debate in the Republic sometime last year in relation to AGOA, African Growth and Opportunity Act, which opens markets, export market for agricultural products, probably for all the products into the US. And as the graph would show, that at least from the agricultural side, our products into the US are less than 5%. However, we are not by any stretch of imagination proposing that the US is not an important market. It is. We would want to maintain and sustain all the markets that we have. But having said that, given the geopolitics that we are seeing currently, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's in Ukraine, whether it's the protectionist posture that most of the countries are showing, we would want to then diversify the export market that we have. So currently, data that we have indicates that 42% of agricultural products in the Republic are exported to Africa, followed by Europe, followed by Asia. And it's important to indicate that in terms of export potential, South Africa, we are 32nd in the global agricultural export index, the only African country in that category, in the top 32. But having said that, we also need to push the needle and ensure that we aggressively diversify our export catalog, because we can see that currently with what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, the analysis coming out is that fertilizers, because they are an important region on the fertilizer, are going to spike. And we know very well that on the agricultural side, fertilizers are an important input in the production of many other crops. If you look at the grains, fertilizers are taking up to 45%. So that would then have an impact on what we are doing here. So to avoid some of these things, it's important that we then diversify our catalog. But if we were to go even deeper and say, in the 42% that are going to African market through the AfTA, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, that 42%, the top countries are SADC countries, as you can see. Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho. Those are our top markets. Now, the question is whether is there no opportunity for us to open up, to use the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement to open up channels in the West Africa, in the East Africa, and North Africa. There is, as we know currently, some of our livestock, notwithstanding the challenges that we have, are landing in North Africa. So we need to open up that aspect. The same applies to Europe, the top ones being Netherlands, UK, and Germany. But the greatest potential lies with Asia. As some would have realized that they've been, just last week, the first shipment of grapes, table grapes, landed in Philippines. So there is an aggressive approach to diversify our export portfolio, but looking east and ensuring that because of their number of people, we then exploit that opportunity. We are sitting with a lot of young people here who I want to believe, are seeing a career within agriculture. It's not a mistake. There is opportunities in agriculture. But having said that, DDG, Ash will earlier on speak about employment, 5% or so of the total. And I like what he said, that we are punching above our weight. I think that next time we go to National Treasury DDG, you need to be with us. I fully agree with you. So in terms of the disaggregation of the employment by sector, at least as of 2025, we were at about 950K people employed in agriculture. I think that's where the 5% of DDG actual comes from. But the message from this slide is that if you look at from 2019 to 2024, in 2019 we were at 849. We are now at 950. Again, there is a positive story to tell in agriculture. The sector is growing. Is it growing fast enough? Definitely not. There's still more that we can do. But there is growth, because at the bottom of the graph on there, at least on my left, it does show the contribution of employment by sector. And then on my right, bottom slide would then indicate employment by province. By province. And as we can see, the Western Cape followed by KZN. Western Cape by 23% rounded off, and then KZN by 16% rounded off. Now, the logical question is, why Western Cape? So Western Cape is the hub of deciduous fruits. So if Western Cape catches cold on the agriculture front, in terms of our export earning, we are coughing, all of us. Because if you look at the export drivers in agriculture, horticulture will come top. Hence, whenever there are issues around citrus in the EU, we need to really ensure that we put our heads together as the sector to address those challenges. Similarly, table grapes, macadamia, and all those. So Western Cape, because of the labor intensity and the horticultural aspect of the Western Cape, that's why it's coming up at the top. And it's also important to highlight that in terms of livestock, which is very important, it plays a critical role in relation to employment, because on the livestock front, the balance sheet out of the 14 million cattle livestock LSU, livestock, what is LSU? Livestock units. What is it in Tate Makaipia, LSU? I think it's livestock unit, I'm right. So in terms of the 14 million livestock unit that we have in the country, more than 55% of those livestock are residing in the balance sheet of poor households. And on their own, they then play a critical role in terms of number one, livelihood, but also job creation. Hence, if you look at the Eastern Cape, it's coming at about 10%. So those are the numbers that we are currently having. But our belief is that with a few tweaks here and there, in fact, the mandate we are receiving from the recently appointed presidential envoy on agriculture and land, Mr. Slovo, is that the expectation from the presidency is that we should be increasing the employment numbers at least by 300,000 adding. So it means the expectation is that we're looking at 1.2, so that we can then be able to move the needle in terms of unemployment. Cross capital formation, investment in technology, which is why we're here. Investment in digital technology is that, again, in terms of agriculture, if you look at the slides, it does indicate, at least from tractors, machinery and implements, but also fixed improvement, that from 1994 to 2024, there is an increase. It has doubled. There are procurement of more tractors, more machinery, and implements. And ordinarily, as economists, we know that the question that arises is, are the implements replacing labor on the ground? And the basic economics will indicate that if you can compete with your peers in the global space, you are having a challenge. And one way of competing is to increase efficiency. And when you increase efficiencies, you ensure that your farmers become trained, they become capable to run AI, not artificial insemination, but artificial intelligence, Prof. Signolo. We use drones to ensure that those drones, we can then expand the land that we are currently farming. Coming from government, we have about 2.4 million hectares of land that are on the balance sheet of the state. And for that particular land to come into production, we need technology. We need to equip our farmers. We need to equip our students. We need to equip our agripreneurs to be able to then run and ensure that their farms are efficient, they're effective, but also they are profitable. So this graph is very important, especially coming out of the investment conference by the president, but also recently from Gauteng, in terms of saying we need to push up the funds, the investment in agri-technology. So I'm now trying to bring what I've said in terms of the numbers into what's happening within the sector. We are like any other sector, we're having our own challenges, but similarly, there are opportunities. Firstly, there is rising need for global food demand. The president of the not World Bank, of the African Bank, indicates that Africa is importing more than 40 billion USD of food annually. And from that perspective, he's saying in Africa, we have most land that is arable that can be used to produce food. Yet the global demand for food is increasing, but we're not keeping up. So that's an opportunity. Second one being climate variability. We saw what happened in KZN, parts of Eastern Cape, recently in Limpopo, in terms of climate variability, droughts, extended droughts, floods, and all of those are affecting. That's an opportunity for us to be able to tap into it using the latest technology. Consumer preferences. There is now a move through Department of Health to brand food that we have on the table, on the shelves, whether it's high sugar, high salt. In that manner, then as a farmer, you need to then readjust and reorganize yourselves. I spoke about geopolitics. I wouldn't get into it. There is a pressure on to mitigate the food loss and waste across the value chain. A study done by CSIR indicates that just food waste and loss, if we were just to minimize it, it will add an extra 2% into the contribution of the GDP by agriculture. DDG actually says 3%. So in other words, just plugging the gaps on food waste and loss, we are going to be at 5%, which is a quite significant figure. E-commerce, very important going forward in terms of market access. We have a couple of retail platforms that are being used currently to then sell the products. So the market is becoming bigger through e-commerce. Rapid use of transformation, drones. I'm seeing one in front of me here. In fact, seeing the drone in one of the farms that I was privileged to see in Japan. One of the few farms, they call it hands-free farm. So in other words, it's only machines that are getting into the farm to plant rice. But of importance to me, Chair, very important to me is that the only way we're going to attract young people into agricultural space is through technology, is through drones, is through AI, because they are attracted to technology. But if we are going to sell agriculture as a sector where it's a heavy lifting sector, it is heavy lifting, but it can also be automated to increase efficiencies. Currently, the average age of farmers that we have is about 62, 63. So we need to bring that down a bit. How do we do that? We then create a pipeline of colleagues that are here, students that are here, agripreneurs that are here, and everyone else who wants to get into this space after at least qualifying, after graduating. There needs to be a program where they can then be able to transition into the actual farming. Productivity then is the way to go for us to be able to achieve the objectives of double AMP. How so? Precision farming. What is precision farming? To optimize planting, irrigation, fertilizer use, especially now that there are challenges around Middle East, for example, in terms of fertilizer. Now there are challenges in terms of climate variability. Water is an issue. So we need to then move towards precision farming using the agri-technology. I'll move to digital tools and mechanization. Someone spoke about the extension officers. That I always argue whether do we need extension officers or we should then pivot to project managers, because an extension officer is an extension of information, but that information is then reliant on agriculture, spacing of planting, in terms of seeing the disease. The point I'm raising is that shouldn't we get project managers who would be able to pivot into any other challenges that are experienced by a farmer? Because extension officers and or project managers should be the first line of defense. So I am saying with Agri-Tech seminar, maybe one of the resolutions put forward is that this extension office, 10 minutes is more than enough, I should be done. So the extension office profession, maybe it's about time we then say, is it not time to look at other options in terms of ensuring that the support that farmers need on the ground are grounded on the research-based advice. Second last slide. Where do I see opportunities? Currently in the country, we're having a serious challenge in terms of foot and mouth disease. It's very serious. As I indicated, that out of the 14 million, more than 55% of those are residing in the balance sheet of household. The department and all the partners, the industry, social partners, are all hands and feet on deck in terms of addressing the challenge. And in terms of Agri-Tech, one way of addressing the problem is to have what we call livestock identification and traceability system. Long and short of it, I equate it to home affairs of animals, which is what China is doing. I'm saying home affairs of animals. In other words, when an animal is on gestation, it should be recorded into that system. When an animal is going to a dipping tank, it should be recorded. When an animal is moving from one place, it should be recorded. The same way when a child is born, there is a recording, there is a note. When they go to the clinic, the same, that's what we need. That's the importance of Agri-Tech, because if we have traceability system, we are quick off the mark to address the challenge. Stock theft, again, drones are here in terms of ensuring that the same way Home Affairs is managing our borders through drones, we can then give drones to our farmers to be able to manage and ensure that stock theft is reduced. Mapping and monitoring, same way. we should be knowing by now which areas can be planted with what and what is the potential, and which areas cannot be touched because of whatever challenges. Lastly, capacity building, key. Ensure that the extension officers and or project managers are up to task. They can then be able to compete and advise the farmers. I'm almost done, Chair. I see you are threatening me. Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, it's not a departmental, it's not an NAMC document. It's not. The master plan, it's a sectoral plan. As you can see on the slide, it was signed by social partners in the sector, government, industry, farmer association, farmer unions, and therefore the implementation of master plan, it's a industry initiative. It does not rely on government or the NAMC. Ours is just to facilitate and ensure that we ground it. And there's a lot of work that is happening behind the scenes, as I've tried to indicate. I wouldn't speak about some of the pillars, but suffice to indicate that this seminar in terms of Agri-Tech is directly linked to pillar number 3 on research and development, but also ensuring that we provide evidence-based advisory. The last slide is that the future lies at the intersection of policy, technology, and human capital. Technology will not replace human capital. Agri-Tech is no longer an option. It's no longer optional. It's a driver of productivity. But most importantly, data-driven decision making are very important. We know we're still having few data on smallholder farmers. We know that subsistence farmers were at 1.2 million. But in terms of smallholder farmers, data is there, but it's sporadic. Commercial farmers, about 45,000. But we still need to have far much more data. In closing, Chair, while I sit down, I see you are trying to be nice to me. Technology is a useful servant, very useful for us to achieve efficiency, for us to achieve effectiveness, for us to achieve productivity. And ultimately, we are then competitive, both domestic, but also global, and then we're able to grow this economy. Those were not my words. That was Christian Lange. Let me stop there, Chair. Thanks for indulgence. Some of us can speak forever. Thanks.
Quickly, I'm going to recognize Dr. Lipazi. She's our third panelist. She holds a PhD in agronomy from Kansas State University and a master's, an MBL from UNISA. She's a seasoned executive with years of experience across the public and the private sector, mostly in leadership roles. The leadership role she held were CEO of Fruit SA, CEO. So I know students are here, CEO, where she led the South African fruit industry in addressing cross-cutting issues such as market access, transformation, ethical trade, government relations, etc. Before that, she was the chief director at GDAT, where Ntatemaka is. She was also a senior manager at the Limpopo Department of Agriculture and a senior researcher at the ARC. She's currently served as the managing director of Zima Agri, a company dedicated to bridging the gap between smallholder farmers and markets. Sis, come and just say hi to us. And then immediately after that, our two keynote speaker will join her in front. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity, and all protocols observed so that I don't take too much time. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this thought-provoking and truly transformative seminar. I stand before you not only as a participant, but as a smallholder farmer. Let me start with a simple fact. Farmers like me, agriculture is not just an industry, it's survival and also livelihoods. But farming have become even more difficult today. We are dealing with rising input costs, unpredictable weather, issues of climate change, and limited access to reliable markets, competition, and so many other things. At the same time, we hear about AI, drones, smart farming systems. These innovations are often discussed in context of efficiency and productivity. We heard what Victor was talking about, but today I also want us to focus on something equally important. What do they mean to the future of work? For smallholder farmers, agri-tech can feel distant, even overwhelming, but the message today is that agri-tech is not out of reach, and it is already shaping the future of work for smallholder farmers like me. Let me share my experience. If my slide is projected, is it projected? Okay. Last year, around June, I met with Richard from the Visual Irrigation Academy, coincidentally, and then he introduced me to a simple technology called Chameleon. If you look on the slide, the sign is that little chameleon with blue, green, and red. It's basically probes, those wires and things that you put in the ground, and then you have a card which then you measure. At the bottom, there is a process showing how it's installed. You can install it at different depth in the soil. The key is that you are able to measure soil moisture, which then means that your irrigation is data-driven, decision-making that is based on data, as already the other speakers have already talked about. And I think what is beautiful about this, if you look on the slide, that's one of our intern at the farm who is taking the measurements. But even the illiterate farm workers are able to do this work and collect the data and be able to make the decision, because what happens, they just take the card, go and put on those wires, and then if then the card tells them it's blue, then they know there is enough moisture, they don't need to irrigate. If it's green, they know that maybe in the next 2 days they'll need to irrigate. If it's red, it means the soil doesn't have enough moisture, you need to irrigate. And I think that's just an example in terms of how technology can be used even at smallholder level. And for us, I think the results were very significant, because one of the things that we were doing, like every other farmer without technology, was that we were just using thumb sucking or just looking at the soil. But what we were doing wrong was that we were over irrigating. And if you know, I think the horticulture, Prof. Soundy and them will tell you that avocado, especially roots, are very sensitive to too much water. Therefore, you get issues of root rot. And with using this technology, that already have changed. And I think the key is that it's not about the technology or the innovation, it's about the access and the awareness. Me, for example, I didn't know that this technology is there. I know about the tension meters. When I try to look at the pricing, for example, it's like 6,000, 10,000, but this technology is about 700 rand, the whole package, which then you are able to install. Also, we talk about opportunities for young people. In rural areas, unemployment has already indicated it's very high, and a lot of young people are migrating to the cities where they think the opportunities are. But I think technology and agri-technology have that opportunity to draw them back, because we can do agriculture better. I think also another important aspect is the issue of agro-processing, and the master plan, as Victor talked about. There is a lot of opportunities. A lot of smallholder farmers produce raw products that are sent somewhere else, and then further added value too. But with that, basically, we are exporting jobs to those areas. Therefore, if we can then process in the rural areas, the jobs comes back to rural areas, and then we get our young people involved in the agri sector. I think in conclusion, because I see that my 5 minutes probably is almost done. In conclusion, smallholders are available to adapt, to learn, and also to participate in the future of work. And if smallholder succeeds, in the rural economies grows, and also when the economies grow, the jobs are created and our country thrives. And so we can shape the future of agriculture. Let us also shape the future of work. And with that, I think the key is that it needs to be inclusive, practical, and empowering. And I think as already spoken about, technology should not replace people, but it should enable the people to achieve, to unlock the potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Due to time, I'm going to allow 2 questions from the floor after I'm going to open our discussion. The question that I'm having to our 3 panelists, all of you are going to have a bite on this question. What major shift, as Doc was talking about the shaping and the shaping, what major shift is reshaping agricultural landscape, and how should value chain adapt to harness AI and agri-tech in your own perspective? Perhaps we can begin with Ash, followed by Dr. Victor, followed by Cecily Lipatz. Victor.
I don't think it was, but that's okay. So a couple of points on my side. Changes in agriculture, shaping the sector. So clearly there is movement, there is shift in climate, as I indicated. And therefore, as a farmer, Dr. Lopatz, as agripreneurs, also in terms of academics, sitting here, then the question is whether going forward, what needs to be done to then adjust or perish. So for us to be able to then respond adequately to the changes in terms of climate variability, we then need to move. I indicated that there are extreme weather patterns in Limpopo currently or recently, same KZN, Western Cape, but also in Gauteng, we've seen them. So we then need to readjust ourselves. I think that's the first point. Second point is then the issues around market access, because that's very important. Market access is the lifeblood of any other business, let alone agriculture. You produce for the market, and I'm sure Dr. Lepaz will agree with me. The avocados she's talking about, already they've got a market. You need to comply with the requirements of the market. And those requirements are becoming more and more stringent because of technology. What you put into as a fertilizer in terms of ensuring that you grow, pesticides, when you harvest, how you handle it in terms of the cold chain, the challenges around the cold chain vis-a-vis the energy, intermittent energies that we have. You need, as an agripreneur, as a farmer, you need to be aware of all those things. Whereas when you want to export, if you want to export, we know the requirements, SPS issues, you need to comply with them. You need to know that now with the challenges that we are having in the Middle East, how are you going to deal with those? So the long and short of it is that technology and AI, for me, it's an opportunity more than a challenge for us to be able to then respond adequately, but also ensure that we move towards being able to compete. Because if you can't compete, then you can't sustainably run a farm or a sector profitably. Thanks, Chair.
leaning or basically towards technology. I just remember a statement that apparently Elon Musk said that in the next few years we won't need people working in anywhere. And for me, I do not like that statement. And I think it's where then technology end up being your master. And I think as policymakers, as industry, as government, and also especially South Africa, which is a developing country or a developmental state, how do we ensure that we work with technology in enhancing the resources that we have, the demographic dividends that we have? How do we harness that and make sure that we produce at optimum with technology, and not basically write ourselves off as human beings because of technology? Yesterday, I looked at a paper which apparently is published now in March by Penn State, University of Pennsylvania, and also I think Boston University, which is talking about the AI trap. Basically, as Victor was saying, all firms wants to compete and make sure that they capture the market. But in that race, with technology, for example, with mechanization, we then also run the risk of basically what they call the prisoner syndrome, where we all run towards a ditch and knowing that we are running towards a ditch, but because there's nobody who wants to stop and say we should not run into the ditch. Therefore, those are some of the things that we need to look at. And I think it's very important and critical, especially for South Africa with a high population of especially young people who are not employed, where we can easily deploy technology, but we need to make a conscious decision to make sure that we use technology to create more jobs and offer people employment.
Thank you, Doc. Is there any burning question or comment from the floor? Just one. Thank you. The mic there. We only left with 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Imani Rabduro. I'm a second-year PhD student at TUT. I come from Limpopo, Toando, Venda. Okay, my question is, I want to address the smallholder farmers' challenges. It's hard for them to have market access, and also, as researchers, what is the benefits to smallholder farmers, and also the articles that we publish, do they help those smallholder farmers, and what can be done for farmers to benefit from those articles? And also, you can also address the importance of extension officers. Are they really doing their job by informing those smallholder farmers about the technology that we're trying to emerge or to innovate, like the technology that Dr. Lipazi was talking about? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Victor and Dr. Lipazi can talk to this one.
Thanks for the questions. I think those are very important questions that are coming our way. So let me start with the latter one. Extension officers, are they doing their job? I would strongly argue that they are doing the best they can with what they have where they are. But because we are here on a research-based seminar, maybe let's look at the data that we have currently. So if you look at other countries in terms of a ratio of a farmer, of an extension officer to a farmer, you'll find that the generally accepted ratio is about 1 extension officer at most to about 50 farmers. But what's happening in South Africa, we are, at my last check, we're sitting at 1 extension officer to more than 1,000 farmers. And that on its own then has got its own consequences in terms of giving attention to each and every farmer and providing adequate and sufficient support. And in terms of the solution is that currently there is a move to then ensure that that ratio closes up to ensure that extension officers are doing exactly what you are saying. Of course, if you were to ask farmers, like Dr. Lapatz here, whether she is happy with the extension service, it's another story. But I would strongly argue that they're trying their level best. But also, they are an important component in terms of support and development, because the way we're structured in agriculture is that ordinarily each and every ward, I would argue strongly, each and every ward, at least minimum, bare minimum, we must be having one extension officer to be able to support that farming area. I'm talking about areas where there is farming.
Thanks. I think as Victor was answering, I was just thinking, how can then we enhance that interaction between the farmer and an extension officer? Because I don't want to take the opportunity to bash the extension officers. I think technology is a good opportunity, because then we can empower the extension officer with the information that is needed, real time, where they are. I know, Mutajo, we were trying to digitalize the extension tools and what. I don't know where we are, but I think now we really have an opportunity, because with a cell phone, the extension officer can be empowered with all the information that they need. I mean, whether it's apps to just identify diseases or whatever, I think we can enhance their efficiency with technology. I think that's a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your ears. And our panelists, Rea Lebo. Please, let's give them a hand. Chairperson. Kakia yesu baragizwa azweo.
Thank you very much. Just before you sit down, can you please come forward? DDG, if you can just come this side, and everyone, so that we can give you a token of appreciation for your time. We know that there's a whole lot that you could be doing right now, but you have honored our time. Prof. Signolo also, you must declare, hey? I think a photo opportunity. Prof. Signolo and Dr. Mutlaki, let's take a photo. And ladies and gentlemen, you can give them a beautiful round of applause as they sit down. Thank you so much. We are going to have a comfort break, and it is indeed just a comfort break. So I don't think there's anything that will be served, but if you can just please use this time to also go to the exhibition on the ground floor, go around, look around, and can we all be back and seated at 11 o'clock promptly? Thank you very much. Let's take a 15-minute break. Thanks. when they listen to information intensive sessions like they did. I don't know what have you grabbed. As they are sitting down, can someone raise their hand and tell me what they have grabbed before I introduce the next session? Okay, let me tell you what I have grabbed so that you don't steal mine. It's demographic dividend and demographic bomb. Did you know about it? I didn't know. It was very interesting. So I asked him as he was going out that then what do you call a population that has a lot of old people, like some countries in Asia and Europe? And he said they don't have a term. So I suppose we are privileged that we have a demographic dividend that is waiting to become a demographic bomb. So I believe that all our young people are not going to be casualties of the demographic bomb. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I want us to now swiftly move to the next session, which I believe will be equally interesting. And so I'm going to, the session is chaired by Dr. Unene Gregory. Dr. Gregory is an innovation strategist and partnership architect shaping the future of work and impact-driven development in Africa. With a background spanning engineering, entrepreneurship, and ecosystem building, she blends technical depth with strategic insight and human-centered design. She currently serves as the manager for public-private partnerships, which is PPP, and innovation at, sorry, I lost my trail. Yes, at the Tshwane University of Technology's Institute for the Future of Work. If you notice, I like calling it full, not just TUT, because I think it loses meaning. Her work centers on building adaptive systems, enabling digital transformation and advancing inclusive economic growth. Dr. Gregory is a member of the Commonwealth Scholarship Commission Alumni Advisory Panel and also serves on the board of the Youth for Impact Network. So you're getting an idea that she's young, right? She's an entrepreneur and founder of the SEMA Partnership Lab that supports organizations to design, test, and scale catalytic initiatives. Across all her roles, Dr. Gregory is driven by a simple belief that is the future belongs to those bold enough to build it and collaborative enough to sustain it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a beautiful round of applause. Dr. Unene.
Thanks, Prof. I think if there's one thing I'd want us to all take away from this session is the term inclusivity and how we make everything that we're speaking about here practical and actionable when we leave. I think that's what Prof also mentioned in her opening. Jumping straight into it, I'm going to introduce our session speaker, Prof. Du, who is the head of Department of Computer Systems Engineering at the Tshwane University of Technology, full name. Her research focuses on intelligent systems, including computer vision, human-machine interaction, and smart agriculture technologies. She has supervised numerous postgraduate students and published over 100 peer-reviewed journal and conference papers. Her current work integrates artificial intelligence, IoT, and wireless communication technologies to develop innovative and sustainable solutions for precision farming and intelligent systems. She's actively engaged in interdisciplinary collaborations and contributes to research capacity development at both a national and international level. Prof. Du, I'm going to welcome you to the stage to speak on how Earth observations and data analytics create a modernized ecosystem for farm decision making. Let's please welcome her.
Good morning, everyone. It is very honored to involve for this session to discuss for the data analysis for the modernized ecosystem for farm decision making. So today I'm not alone in this venue. My my manager, Prof. Pius, also with me. He's also for the team for the ecosystem for the smart farming. So based on my topic, I wanted to, because when we received for the requirement said don't talk about the background, don't talk about for the history, but however, if we talk about the full story, we need the background, we need to let the people know the whole things, and then you can understand why we have the technology here. So firstly, I wanted to talk about why agriculture matters. So I think from the previous sessions, our speaker also indicated for the agriculture is very important in our country. So contribute for the food security and also contribute employment and also for the rural area development. You see, in our country, we have almost the 80% land used for the agriculture. So that is a huge land for the agriculture. However, only the 13% land used for the crop, for the vegetables, and etc. So other 67% for the livestock, So that means from our country, we should focus on the crop healthy. We also should care about for the livestock monitoring and livestock agriculture part. So you can see from this figure, we can see from our map, the green part is for our crop and also for our vegetable and so on. You can see we have a small portion for this part. So we should make it more efficient, get the more productivities based on the new technologies. And also for the farmer, you can see we have a large land for the livestock. We also should consider use the new technology and the data analysis to let the livestock produce the more income for the country and also contribute for the more GDP for our country. And you see for the agriculture in our country, we have quite a number of challenges. So because many of challenges our previous presenter already presented, but from my side, I can pick some to explain for here. So for you see from this map, you can see that is small block. That block is the rural area farmer land. So each land has one small farmer. So each farmers, they just organize, monitor in their farm. They don't care about for the future. They don't care about tomorrow for the agriculture of the South Africa. So we can use maybe because from them they lacked for some modern technologies. I think in the 2019 we visited for the rural area farm. So farmers, they said they forget for the whole country. They don't mind for them. So they don't have the knowledge. They also shortage for the network and also for the other infrastructure from the country. So the many questions, when we went to there, we asked some questions. For example, do you know the IoT technology? Do you know the internet intelligent system? All they answered no. They don't know about for this. So I think from this, you can see from here, and we can use a new technology and bring to the rural area for the small farmers and let them get the knowledge and let them encourage to use this technology. And this is one. Another one you see, according just now from the previous presenters indicated, we have 3.5 million young generation did not get the job. But you see from the agriculture, we shortage for the young generation. We need the young generation involved for the agriculture because for them, they can easier to accept, to implement for the new technology into the agriculture. They also easier to transfer the new technology to monitor the agriculture also can impact other person, other farmers to use new technologies. And another challenges you see from currently from South Africa, we are poor data-driven decision making. So you can see currently from the city and from us, we talk about the AI, talk about the robots, and talk about the new technology every day. Even we use for the ChatGPT, Gemini to ask the question, to support and answer our some confused things very easily. But for the farmer, for the agriculture, that is very, very poor to use such technologies. And based on these challenges, I think we can have some solutions for these challenges. We can give the intelligent farm ecosystem from the data to action. So for the intelligent agriculture, we should get some data, and through the data we can get from the satellites. We also can get from the IoT. Even the data, not that we just captured from some equipment, we also can get the farmer. So your data, your experience, your requirement also is very important for the smart intelligent system. So from the technical and from academic, we can combine this data, go to the analysis system to analyze what your patterns, what your requirements, and then give the recommendation to the farmers. So for example, in this season, you can plant this plant, that is, you can get the more beneficial. And also we can consider give you the information from the images. For example, for this area, you should give the more watering. So you can give the more watering, and this part, you are not necessarily giving the more watering. So we can give the decisions for you, so you can improve income and also improve productivity for agriculture. And also you see for the action, this should not be only from a human. Also in future, also should consider from the robotic. We also can involve. So this is the ecosystem. So we can from the data to action, and totally we can work with the farmers together, not alone with the machine. So we can work together and then get the more productivities. And you see, currently agriculture is changed. It's not just like a traditional agriculture, just do something alone, did not get the expert knowledge. Now we can use the intelligent system, get the knowledge, and also get the support for our agriculture. However, for the agriculture, you see, if you get the data, no one to interpret, that is a very difficult thing. For example, in the left side, this figure. If I just give you this figure to farmers, they will don't understand what is this. Maybe just beautiful, colorful images, no any meaning. So we need to do the data analysis. We need to interpret these figures and give the language farmers can understand. For example, for this figure, in the red part, tell you from a satellite image, these red portions indicate your agriculture is not healthy. You should care about for this one, give you the alarm. And for the green part, maybe you can consider this part for your agriculture is very healthy. So you can make the less attention for this part. And so this shift is transfer how decision can be made in the agriculture. You see currently from the solution of challenge for the ecosystem, we need the data. And for the satellite data is one very important data side we can use to do the intelligent system analysis. You see for these images, we can see from the satellite data, we can do the weather, climate monitoring. We also can do the crop healthy monitoring. And also, we also can do the farming, livestock behavior monitoring. So based on the satellite data, you can see your livestock, they have the group to move. For example, maybe they move from this land to that part. Maybe you can consider why we also can use the intelligent system to tell the farmers why the livestock, they like this portion, not that portion, and give you the guidance for your work. So from this part, we can transfer the data, images to insight, and then let the farmer make the decision. And you can see currently in the many countries, they use the satellite data into agriculture, for example, India, China, and also USA, Europe. So they have quite a number of the tools and also have quite a number of technology to support for this. Definitely, from South Africa, we also have some platform and also for the information we can use for the agriculture. For example, South Africa National Space Agent, so they have the system can forecast the yield for the crop and soya in the Limpopo. They use it for that one. So this system, they can forecast the yield over before the 6 week for the harvest. So this gives the guidance for the farmer. And also, they also can give the guidance for the farmer. When is the best time you can do the harvest for your crop? So that is very, very valuable. And also for other teams, they also developed the smallholders decision support in Africa. So this also included for the South Africa farmers. So we also can use this satellite-driven insight to improve, to monitor the crop growth and healthy. So this also, they also indicate if use this software platform, so they can increase 18% yield. So this platform, they can use the WhatsApp message. They also can use the SMS to do that. However, you see, if you only rely for the satellite data, maybe it's not enough to support, give the very accurate decisions for our farmers. So satellite data, we can suitable for the larger scales monitoring, can be used for the larger scales, but for some small portions, maybe have a little bit of challenge. For example, I'll give you the satellite images, just indicate in this portion, show you they have the problem, but exactly problem maybe cannot give you the decision. Why like this one? Because maybe we get the satellite data is not so accurate, and maybe the resolution is not higher, so we can't detect it. So how can we do that one? So we can consider combined with other data. For example, use the UAV drones to capture the data to support for this decision. And also maybe some parts you are very careful, feel this is very valuable, is very high invested for these portions. Maybe we also can install some sensors to collect some real data. And then when compile this data and give the artificial intelligence, give the data analysis platform, and then we can give you the more accurate suggestion, recommendation for the farmers. So you can, based on this, make your decisions. So this is very important. Currently, I think from the quite a number of the system, they focus on use only one source of the data to do the analysis. So we should consider to integrate the more data and then to get the more accurate decisions. You see, from our team, so we collaborate with the electrical engineer and faculty of science and also faculty of RCT. We developed, you see, from the TUT, we are not just deliver the technologies, we also solve the real problem from agriculture, from the industry. So this is one case, what we did together for the farmer livestock monitoring system. We get the information from the farmers. Farmers, they indicate their livestock always lost due to the different reasons. So they want to get some software and get some equipment to monitor for this. So we developed the system with the solar panel and also with the LoRa communication. Why we select this tool? Because in the rural area, they don't have the power, they don't have the internet. So that currently the product in the marketing is not suitable for our country's farmers. So we exactly developed for this one. And this data, we also consider the combine this data with the satellite data, give them more accurate decisions for our farmers. And you see, for the targets, we should consider design the inclusive modularized ecosystem for farmer decision making. So for this inclusive, so we must carefully consider for this one. What is the inclusive? We should not let any of the farmer, whatever the large farmer and small farmers, they can benefit, they can use for these technologies. So from the currently, we have some lack things and to affect for the farmer decision making system used for our farm. Firstly, for our country, for the connectivity, because for the intelligent system, we need the data. When we get the data, we need the internet to transfer to cloud, and then we need the cloud, and then give the farmers, they can check, do some information. But in the rural area, because most of our agriculture land is a rural area, so for the connective, only the 40% rural area, this not only 40% of rural areas, they don't have the internet. Can you believe it for this? And also, you see, for the rural area, many areas, they don't have the power. So you see, for us, we have the load shedding, but some areas, they don't have the power. So from if we achieved for this goal from the governments, we should consider to make the more signal power in the rural area. Let them get the internet, and then some technologies, some system can use for these agriculture farmers. And also, secondly, for the cost, you see currently, if you can see from the marketing, from the T-Cloud, you can see they have quite a number of the equipment based on the satellite data, based on the IoT data, can support the farmer. But that is quite expensive because that is import from other countries. This is the first thing. Secondly, for the data, especially for the satellite data, you need to do the subscription. So that is also very expensive. So based on for this, so for the farmer, they can't affordable one animal equipped the one set over the 5,000, 2,000, such like this. So they need the cheaper one and also convenient one. So we also should to consider develop the low cost equipment for our farmer from crop and also from the livestock. And also currently you see from our applications based on the data-driven analysis system and the farm decision systems. So this system popular, they use the language with the English or Afrikaans. But we have the 11 official languages. So they don't have the language for this one. Even for the rural farmers, they don't understand for this. So from the local, from academic, especially from TUT, we should develop some system, maybe use different languages, maybe use voice communications, not just based on the text, because some farmers, they don't like text something, so they want to talk. So we also can consider for that part. And also you see for the skills, so this is very important thing. For the skills is not only for the student, not only for academia, and this is also for our farmers. So the skills we from the university, we have the goal. We should not just sit in our class. We should go to in the rural area and go to some farm, communicate, and then to deliver the knowledge and to share them what is the intelligent system, what they can benefit, and then we can consider use for this information. And I think this is another thing for the future workforce. Whatever we have the academia, we also have a company to deliver the system, to deliver the analysis system, but for the workforce from the agriculture also is very important for the modernized ecosystem. So the workers, they must have data, digital skills, agriculture experts, and decision integrated skills. I think due to the time, so I wanted to close my presentation. I hope this can be useful from the policy and also from government and also from the university and also from the farmers. So you see, for the mature and intelligent system, only one organization cannot achieve. So we should work together from a farmer, government, university, and a company work together and integrate technology, integrate experience, and then achieve for more intelligent agriculture for Africa, for South Africa in future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. I think from your talk, it's very evident that we probably need a masterclass alone on how do we integrate all these different technologies to make it more inclusive for our farmers. But thank you for that insightful talk. I think what stood out for me is the disjoint between the technology that's currently available and what smallholder farmers and even maybe extension officers currently have access to use. And it brings up a very potent question of what does creating an intelligent farm ecosystem actually look like in the context of our country, where there's still real constraints around infrastructure, access, not only to knowledge, but also to technologies. And I hope our next panel will help us elucidate that a bit more. I'm going to push them to be practical in what they deliver, but also to keep it tight in terms of what they deliver so we can get through all the different viewpoints that they're going to present to us. So the questions we're going to answer is, what does it actually look like in practice having an intelligent farm ecosystem within our country? Who has access to it? Who is left behind by how we're currently rolling it out? And what infrastructure and partnerships must be in place to make sure that it works to enable that inclusivity that we're all underlining in our discussions? So I'll move forward to introduce our panel. In introducing them, I'll allow them to say a few words and give their perspective on what an intelligent farm ecosystem looks like, and we'll take it as such. I'll first introduce Dr. Teboho Masupa, who's a researcher at the Agricultural Research Council, specializing in agrometeorology and climate risk management, with a strong focus on translating climate data into actionable insight for farmers. Doc, please give your input first.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and I'd like to greet everyone in the room today. So if you look into the program, my title is a bit long, but I just want to say that I will structure it in a way that I will focus only on 3 points, which are the keywords for today. The mobile first platforms, digital e-learning, as well as monitoring systems. So at the center of all this, then we learn that it is the mobile phone, how we're going to use the mobile phone in order to access information as well as to share information. And we know that currently, almost everyone in this room, I would like to assume that we do have mobile phones. But when you're looking into the agricultural space, there are still quite a big gap into what type of phones are being used and what type of information in what various formats can be shared. So the first one then is mobile first platforms, which then talk to how farmers are able to receive information such as weather advisories, how they can be able to check information related to market access, as well as to engaging with extension officers. And the second one is digital e-learning, which then takes it a step further to say this is how you learn and you'll be able to share information in a continuous manner by having access to the learning material on your phone. And the third one is monitoring systems. Now, this one then closes the picture, completes the picture by generating near real-time information for the farmers. But with my work and my professional experience in agrometeorology and climate risk assessment, I've come to acknowledge that it's not only about the technology that is being used, but it's about how we translate the data into decisions that farmers can take and into ways that farmers are able to understand and interpret and then are able to then perform on their farms. So we do know that with technology, just as it has been spoken earlier on, that we have to harness the use of artificial intelligence. One of the ways that we can use this to our advantage is that we need to use artificial intelligence in a way that it will create data or information that is customized for the different farmers or for the different farming systems. So we know that with data, with AI, the most important thing is data. So it's not only the data that we put in, for instance, from my experience, let's say the rainfall data, which I then use in order to disseminate to the farmers, but it is also data that they use in order to feed into the system. And it sort of like creates a feedback loop so that we are then able to know that a specific farmer at a specific location is having this type of characteristics, so that when you send information out, it is in the form of an advisory that will enable them to make decisions based on their specific characteristics. We've already learned that there are also different challenges that we can also anticipate, such as the issue of connectivity that we've heard. There's also issues relating to having a lot of these platforms where people are now starting to, with the surge of the technology and the times that we're living in, everyone has these bright ideas and then they just want to create these apps that are nice and that are interesting, but you find that it becomes overwhelming for end users. Farmers are not able to, for instance, if I focus on climate risk, then I would then create an app that looks at flood risk, for instance. Someone else is focusing on yield potential, for instance. So farmers would then be in a position where they now have to get all these apps into their phone, and you might find that it becomes very overwhelming for them. But I would just like to conclude that with all these challenges that we have, we can say that we're not starting from zero, because across the country, we know that farmers are already using mobile platforms to access information. We just have to work on the foundation that is already there and make the best use of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Teboho. I'm going to go slightly out of order and call Prof. Pius. Our very own Prof. Pius Olowale is our Assistant Dean at the Tshwane University of Technology and a leading expert in 4IR expert driving AI, Internet of Things, and smart systems innovation across industry and academia. If anyone knows Prof. Pius, he'll know he's always working on 1 billion projects around AI, and agriculture is one of his passion projects as well. Prof?
Thank you very much. Just imagine that you build a house and you have a 10-bedroom house, and you only have one person who rents that house. Imagine that would be income on that particular house would be ratio 1 to, thank you, would be ratio 1 to 10, isn't it? The same thing is in case of African land. If you look at it, let me just go, okay. Africa has about 30.4 million square kilometer in terms of total area. And if you compare that with the Europe, which is about 10.4 million square kilometer, and you compare that with China, which is about 9.6 million square kilometer, and the United States, 9.8 million square kilometer. Now, that simply say you take the whole US, you take the whole Europe, you take the whole China, and fuse them in Africa. You have approximately 1 million square kilometer excess in land. But if you think that the land is equal to the income received from the land, you're totally wrong in your mathematics. For example, China has about 1,284 billion in terms of the income, as compared with Africa that has about something like 486 billion in income in 2024. Now, United States has about 264 billions in terms of income from agriculture, and you look at that and simply say that Africa in ratio to China, which has a small square kilometer as compared with the entire Africa, is almost ratio 1 to 3. That means that you have a big room, but you have low income. That's what it simply said. And the question is that what drives that low income? What drives that low income is because of the technology infusion in the case of China agriculture. That means every farmer in China is 3 times richer than every farmer in Africa. And why? Because of the technology. I just want to share a few things with you that we've done in our team, basically, so that you can see what we've done. For example, if you look at this, what we did is that we fly the drone over an orchard of, I'm sure you can see, I can see it, tomato, and then we were able to classify them into different clusters, green, black, wherever, in real time, while the drone is just flying. The same thing is what you see in the milling mill beside you. We fly the drone over the milling mill, we use tossa to be able to identify, and then when we know the number of tossa, we use that now to be able to calculate what will be the return on income before the farmer actually affects that particular corn. The other diagram you see there, we develop a kind of ecosystem, a farm management system that take care of your whole ecosystem, the soil, moisture, everything you can talk about on the farm. We're able to develop this particular system to be able to measure them, in real time. The other one is that we build a smart incubator, basically. In that smart incubator, you can actually stay in the US and manage the entire ecosystem of the incubator. You can know what temperature, what is going on inside. And the first baby of that system is what you see there. Eventually it died because it died in the hand of engineer anyway. No more. The next thing is that we got a project that wants us to grade the mango into different categories. That is when to sell and when not to sell, or which one we should put to the market or which one we should not put to the market. And that is what that particular application, this particular farmer wants this grade of mango, and we're able to do that. And that's with that process, you'll be able to push them to market as he wishes. The next thing that you see is on tomato that we develop algorithm that will be able to separate the green, the red and yellow, the one that is ready to go to the market. Then we move further by developing a whole system. What is very good with this system is only one intelligent computer vision that will be able to separate each of any item you put on the normal conveyor belt. And the traditional conveyor belt does not follow this. We use computer vision combined with the AI to separate which tomato is green or which mango is ready to be pushed into the market and into the bucket, into the carton that we use for the package. And that is what that particular application does. Now, here is what we did for maybe TUT, but then we applied the same application for agriculture. Now, what you see here is that the only thing the farmer has to have is the mobile phone. Then you give the same mobile phone to your workers on the farm. I base in the US, I'm telling my farmer, okay, go and clean the poultry, go and do this and that. I then connect this with the hour they work. After they finish everything, I will initiate the work here on the chart. I will say, okay, go and clean the poultry or whatever. Then the cleaner will go there and start cleaning. And when he cleans everything, he shots the picture of what he has done. And based on that, he calculates the number of the time that that person has worked on my poultry place. And then connect that with the total salary at the end of the month. There's no argument, nothing at all. The same application was developed for TUT. Student does not need to be on the queue at all. You do everything in your bedroom, you do your registration, and you print out exact proof of registration for you on the phone. No student will be seen visible on the, I'm not sure, okay, the time. Okay, anyway, it's a time. There are so many applications I would have loved to show you. Anyway, that's all the application. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Prof. I think what is very evident from Prof. Du to Prof. Pius is the passion that our academics have in this field. And I'll propose maybe to our team at I4 that we need a separate maybe webinar so that they can unpack everything that we're actually working on within the university. I'll now move on to Dr. Naledzani Mudau, who is a Data Products and Services Manager at SANZA, South African National Space Agency, leading the development of satellite and geospatial data products for national scale applications. Doc?
Good morning, everyone. You can hear me? Okay, so since we have limited time, I'm not going to try and repeat the presentations made earlier by, or the presentation made earlier by Prof. Chung-Li on the Earth observation technologies to support decision making and improved use of the resources. So instead, I'll try and share with you what we're doing at the South African National Space Agency, because the technologies presented earlier can also be used to improve our biosecurity in terms of identifying areas that are affected or that can be affected by land invasion in terms of invasive species, and also to identify areas that are experiencing a stress in terms of whether you're looking at the cropland or grazing land as well. So I'll try not to repeat what has been said. Okay, so I am from the South African National Space Agency. We are a public entity of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. So we have access to satellite data, a lot of data actually. So there's data that we currently receive at our ground station, and we also have historical data, which is critical for us to understand the state of the environment now, but also to forecast what is likely to happen, because we won't be able to do the forecasting if we do not understand what happened in the past. And as much as we can trust the human eye, we forget. The eye will not remember everything. So we need the help of the space technologies so that we are able to keep record of what happened in the past, which will then help us in terms of modeling what is likely to happen in the future. So with the data that we have access to, we are also able to zoom into small farms in rural areas and assess what is taking place in those areas. So if we just look at some of the products that we have access to, we have developed what we call flood inundation layer that help us predict areas that are likely to get flooded during heavy rains. So such areas, unfortunately, will include also our farms, whether we're looking at cropland or also orchards. So on the map, you can see areas that are likely to get flooded around Hamuraga in Limpopo. So of course, you know that with floodings, then there will be things that may follow, including diseases that may also affect crop yield and also human health as well. So this is also to illustrate what has been presented earlier in terms of how we can use data to also monitor crop health. So we can zoom in and see areas that are not growing as expected. And then, of course, using the AI technologies, then we can go zoom in and detect the weed from the crops. And then, of course, that will inform where ground surveys should be targeting, and also where we can deploy UAVs. So this is just a list of other products that we developed, taking advantage of the satellite data that we have access to and the advanced image processing techniques that integrate artificial intelligence that can help us in terms of improving the biosecurity. Because we won't be able to do that if we do not understand. So zooming into one area, it's good, but then we need to have a view of what is happening in terms of land use activities and also in terms of the impact of climate change that can affect our biosecurity. So at the Space Agency, we are working very hard to democratize access to geospatial information. So we have projects that are aimed at promoting the use of space technologies to support decision making. One of them is Natural Resource Management Program, where we are going on the ground to work with the traditional leaders and other relevant stakeholders to ensure that the information that we derive from space technologies, together with other information, spatial and non-spatial information, can be integrated into decision making. We also have funding programs that are looking at promoting the integration of Earth observation-based technologies with other information, community-driven, to ensure that we take this information to the stakeholders who need it and also package in the format that they will understand. So we are also promoting citizen science data collection to ensure that the information can be used to support decision making by anyone, no matter their profession or background. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Doc. Now, final panelist will be Mr. Makai. Ooh, Nkulunkulu Mzulu. Bear with me, the Zulu in me is coming out. Mr. Makaipeya Mutlajo, you correct me some belief, who's the Chief Director at the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, leading agro-processing, research and economic services to build inclusive agricultural value chains.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, thank you. So let me first acknowledge and acknowledge the opportunity for this moment to participate in this important topic, because as the previous speakers who came before me spoke, we have three fundamental problems as a country, and those problems, among them, unemployment is one of them. So I want to just acknowledge and congratulate the university, and in particular, the Institute of the Future of Work. Because if we can't solve for unemployment, we are going to continue to have a lot of problems. I think we have seen from what the DDG spoke about earlier on, and the other colleagues, Dr. Matokhedi and all, that when people are not employed, then everything else falls apart. There is no food at home. So the problem of food security becomes prevalent because people don't have income. So they are not able to put something on the table. And that affects a whole range of other things. It affects the learning abilities of the children at school. Any hungry stomach is not able to they won't be able to concentrate at school and learn properly. So all these are interlinked. So the three problems that we have of poverty, of unemployment, and inequality are really what we must solve for in order to be able to move forward as a country. Now, I was then asked to speak on the digitalization of extension services or extension officer, digitalization of agro-processing, as well as export competitiveness. Now, a lot of the speakers as well have touched on the actual technology, so I won't really dwell much into the technology itself. But just to say that the role of particularly provincial government or provincial Department of Agriculture is that we are an enabler. We were there to enable the farmer to be more productive and to help us address those problems that we've spoken about, the problems of low productivity. We know the hierarchy of farming in the country, where you have subsistence farmers, small-scale farmers, and commercial farmers. And if you look at that also along the value chains, different value chains, whether it's horticultural value chains, whether it's grain value chain, whether it's the animal-based value chains, poultry, and the likes. All of those really require embedding understanding of technology, embedding understanding of technology for improved productivity. So as a department and across a number of departments, one of our strategies is the strategy of assisting the farmers to be able to produce, increase their production. So we have strategies and with instruments. And one of the strategies I really like is not from my department, but it's coming from the Department of Trade and Industry, is the strategy of what they call 3Ds. We have got a problem of climate change. So we need to decarbonize. Those are the first D. We have got a strategy of, among others, technology. So we need to digitalize. That's one of the strategy. And the third D is diversification. If we are to grow our economy, we must have myriad of products that we can be able to trade with. So the 3Ds, diversification, digitalization, and decarbonization, addressing the issues of climate change. It's one of the key strategies that really we apply. And there's a number of other strategies as well. In, for example, Department of Science and Innovation have got ICT for agriculture. Us as at the province, within our growing Gauteng Together and the sector strategies, we have also have these key enablers of technology, digital technology. We also have even, biotechnology, because all of these technologies, as indicated by a number of speakers, must help us to increase productivity. And for us to increase productivity, we must be, data creators. We must be data collectors. So one of the roles we really are emphasizing on among extension officers, and I'm into the young people who will become future extension officers. You must understand that you are an agent. You are an important agent of transformation. You are an important agent of enhancing productivity. And you must understand, you must therefore be able to measure what is happening, what is the current state of production with the farmers that you're dealing with, and be able to measure the interventions that are being put there as a department, whether it's supporting with inputs, whether it's supporting with skills, training, and whether it's access to market. You must be able to measure. And ultimately, those measurements, as already indicated, becomes data that must help us to make future decisions of where to increase the investments and where to no longer invest because it's not worthwhile. So in short, Chairperson, that is what I would talk about. I can go into the various instruments. Perhaps let me just say this. We are called public service in general, all government. So nationally, from cabinet level, there is the important aspect of professionalization of the public service. Professionalization of the public service. And that means we must make sure that our services are easily accessible. Efficiency, when you apply for support, we used to do a lot of manual. You would have to go submit applications at regional offices and so on. So part of the changes and developments we're trying to do is to ensure that you can apply online. Okay, I see my time is gone, but let me finish this point. Yes, so you can apply online. You can be able to track your application and see how far it is. I think those who would have applied from Home Affairs would have seen that. So one of the problems within government is that excellence is in in pockets, it's not across. And it is therefore a challenge upon all of us, even those who are in the agricultural sector, to adopt excellence. If we see it in another department, let's make sure that we adopt it and be able to bring efficiencies that will help us to transform and increase productivity and change the situation and address those three problems that we've already spoken about. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I have a myriad of questions, but in the interest of time and respecting the next session, I'm going to open up the floor to any questions anyone might have, any tangible, practical, hit the road kind of implementing questions anyone might have. I see one hand from a lady there, almost over next to you, and then another hand from a gentleman in the back.
Am I audible now? Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope that everyone is okay. I greet you all in the name of Jesus. I have a question, but my question takes me back to what Mr. Ashworth Janeka, if I'm not mistaken, the man who asked how many people find statistics difficult, and also what Mr. Mutacho, the last speaker, who they touched on the poverty that most people are living in here in South Africa, and that's mainly because of the unemployment rate, right? So my question comes from just a small scenario that I would like to impose, right?
Question?
Yes, my question. The question. So let's say I'm someone who's also affected by that lack of unemployment. So I have children that I need to provide for every day. I only receive an income from the government, the 370 rands, and I would like to use that income to have my own garden at the back of my yard so that I can plant vegetables to feed my children. So I would like to ask what kind of materials that I need to buy at the smallest shops, such as ShopRite or Spar, that I can get to successfully plant those vegetables. And also please touch on the kind of soil that I need to plant on those vegetables, and what can I do to prevent my vegetables from being affected by diseases. I took a book from that room, it speaks about diseases, so I'd likely appreciate if I can get the insight from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Holding on to that question, can you take the gentleman at the back, and then we'll open up to our panel. And I'll also ask maybe one of our profs to also touch on especially the soil part and what to look out for. I know you ICT, I'm throwing you under the bus on this.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Prof. Du, just to understand how we can improve the knowing part, how we can improve the knowing part for farmers, because one of the issues that farmers don't know the technologies that are available. How can we do that? The other one is to generally to the ICT team at TUT, as farmers, how can we access the technology that we have developed?
Fantastic questions. Right, panel, I'll open it up and give it a minute to respond. Shall we start with?
Thank you for the questions. Yeah, so the first question by the lady around what ingredients are required for and improve productivity and disease prevention. And linking also to the second question around the access to information on technology required. So all of this, I just want to say that right now we are living in that era where information is at hand. I think my colleague did speak about the mobile technology, the phones that we have. So with the current level of development of the technology, you're even able to find information of where a certain input is cheaper in comparison to stores, different suppliers, over and above what you require as the input, whether it's seed, whether it's a pesticide or herbicide, or what is even more the cultivar that is even more relevant for that particular area. With AI, that kind of information becomes even much more handy. What I've seen as a practical experience is the kind of improvement in the recommendations and advice that we get from our field officers, our extension officers, specifically because of the tools that are available to source the information and to share the information with farmers. But it also poses a challenge as well, because even some of the farmers themselves now, a lot of farmers actually, because there is general trend. We're coming from an era where we were dealing with a large cohort of farmers that are not educated to farmers that are now educated. They are able to also utilize this instrument and source the information themselves. So in order for improvement, generally, we must use these tools that are available, and they are readily available. And we're seeing results from utilization of those. Let me stop there.
Thanks so much. Can I jump in there? Are there any farmers in the room? We have one farmer, the dog that spoke earlier. I think perhaps to make that a bit practical, speak to the people that already know, and the dog would probably be able to give you first-hand experience in terms of what to look out for, in addition to looking at or looking into the Internet of Things effectively in AI to answer some of those questions that you might have. But find them afterwards, pester them, they have all the answers you need. And then to tackle the question at the back, how do farmers get access to some of the work we're doing at the university, get access to some of the technologies that we have that are available to help them in their production as well? Prof. Du. Oh, sorry, Dr. Teboho, then Prof. Du.
Yes. So from the Agricultural Research Council, we have quite a number of these technologies that we've also developed. And the manner in which we use to make sure that we teach or we make it accessible to farmers is that we work closely with the Department of Agriculture, and from the national office, that's where we present all the work, and then it then becomes cascaded down to provincial, and then that's when it gets to district and local level. So with all these technologies that are there, the important thing again to note is that some of them, we've heard that they are a bit complex for a farmer to understand. And it has come to our attention that in as much as we would like to improve around this matter of technologies, we also have to make sure that we capacitate the extension officers, which are the people that work directly with the farmers. So instead of going straight down to the farmer, we just have to put extension officers in the room, and whenever there's a new technology or whenever there's an improvement, that we make sure that we capacitate them on how to use some of the technologies that are being developed.
Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Prof. Du?
From my side, for the farmers acceptable for the intelligent system, I think I have a different channel. First one, you see currently they already have some mature system is a commercialized platform. So from the farmers, maybe you can do some subscription, and then you can get it. Maybe that is a little bit expensive for the farmers. Second part, you see from the academia, we also tried to develop quite a number of the system from our diploma, post-diploma, master and doctor degree. However, our work, most of our work is for both for the farmers. And also, we also can get some support from the government, apply some fundings based on your side and our side. So currently you see from the tier, they have the funding created between the small farmers and academia universities. So we can do the collaboration. You private your requirements, and then we get your requirement, and then create the system from your requirement and from our technology. We work together and get the project. So this is also, I think, is the best way for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. And we'll give 1 minute to Doc and then Prof. Pius to wrap up.
Thank you so much. You can hear me, right? So I'll respond to the last question. So farmers need information, they need insights. Just like we are all benefiting from the technology without even understanding how it's manufactured or it's developed. So we need to be able to give them the information that they need in a format that they will be able to understand. So those commercial farmers with access to technology around areas with great internet connectivities, let's exchange information in the platform that they will be able to use. But if we go into the rural areas, then let's share the information, whether it's on map, whether it's on PDF, we will derive those intelligence, but let's simplify it for them. But we can only do that, of course, through collaboration with the communities themselves. Farmers exist in a community, so we need to engage the organizations also that are representing the farmers, if any, whether it's traditional leaders, whether it's just communities, SMMEs around who could then translate the information using the technology. So for me, the best question is, let's work with them. How? Let's figure it out together. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. Prof. Pius, your final word?
Just to thank you for having me.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, everyone, for engaging with us. And before my MC kicks me off the stage, I would encourage you all to please find our panelists and ask them any burning questions you might have. And from I4 side, we'll probably have to have a follow-up webinar to discuss these things further. MC?
Thank you very much, Dr. Gregory. Please come on this side. Dr. Matloki, just all come on this side, our panelists, for a photo shoot and a small token of appreciation from the Institute for Future Work. I believe that our colleagues from the Institute for the Future of Work realizes that they need to keep these conversations going. I don't think the discussion time was not enough to say everything and to interrogate our panelists as much as we wanted to do, but I believe that we'll get this conversation going. Thank you. Were you able to get your photo? Who's doing photos? You are not. You are doing, who's taking pictures? Prof. Sinyola, you are pointing yourself. Okay, all right. Let's give him a round of applause as they sit down. Thank you. We are going to go straight into our panel, the next session, which is titled Future of Work and Just Labor Transformation. And colleagues, I have to apologize. I couldn't just cut them, even before they started the discussion, but we have gone 11 minutes into the next session. So I think that if you just pardon us, maybe towards the end, we'll be about 11 to 15 minutes late. So I'm going to call upon the chair for the next session, which is Dr. Matsiriso Matabane, who is the acting CEO at the South African Council for the Natural Scientific Professions, which we all know as SACNASP. She also serves there as a science communication manager. She holds a PhD in agricultural science. First of all, she is a Tshwane University of Technology alumni with a PhD in agricultural science, specializing in animal production, very relevant. So she previously also worked at the Agricultural Research Council within the Animal Production Institute, contributing to the research in animal conservation and reproductive biotechnology. We are putting you under pressure because we've already encroached into your time, but we are not bullying you out of
the time that you were initially given to chair this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a nice round of applause.
Good afternoon to all the distinguished guests, to all the stakeholders in the room, as well as all the partners. It is really a privilege and an honor to be hosting, or rather facilitating this session on the future of work and skills transition in agriculture. And we all heard through the conversations earlier that the South African agricultural sector is at a turning point. The convergence of digital technologies, climate pressures, and the evolving market systems is not only transforming how we produce, but it is also fundamentally shaping how we work, firstly, and secondly, the skills that we require, and thirdly, who participates in the sector. And the key question is no longer whether the transformation will happen. Now it's whether our workforce is future ready. At present, as we all know, there is a growing gap between the pace of digital transformation and the pace of workforce adaptation. And if such issues are left unattended or unaddressed, this gap, it essentially risks the deepening inequality, excluding our smallholder farmers, and lastly, limiting opportunities for our youth. And this brings us to the concept of a just and inclusive labor transition that requires us to move beyond productivity alone and ensure that transformation, it creates new opportunities for our people. It equips our people with the relevant future-ready skills, and lastly, positions our youth as active drivers of change, not passive beneficiaries. So I think the challenge before us is clear. How do we move from recognizing this shift to building practical pathways that enable people to transition into these roles at scale and within a reasonable time frame? That is the focus of the discussion. And to ground this discussion, we begin with a keynote address from a good colleague of ours. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Tembi, or Stembile Mwakamba from FANAPAN, who will provide or deliver a presentation on building a capable South African agricultural workforce through relevant skills. Briefly about Tembi. She's the Director of Policy, Research and Analysis at FANAPAN, which is the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Policy Analysis Framework, network, with over 15 years of experience in the agricultural policy and stakeholder engagement. And she has been at the forefront of advancing Africa's sustainable agriculture, climate change adaptation, and food systems transformation agenda. And she has led flagship initiatives such as the food systems transformation in Southern Africa for One Health and the Africa CAP Resilience Program, working across various countries such as Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, and South Africa to strengthen resilience and promote inclusive evidence-based policy processes. So I will now welcome Tembi to deliver the keynote address.
Okay, I'm one of the short ones. Okay.
Thank you, because I want to be able to see you as well. All right, good afternoon, everyone. And maybe let me apologize on behalf of the chair for the delay in time, and also promise that I will try and cut my presentation, which was supposed to be 20 minutes, to 10 minutes. That way we catch up, which means I'm going to speak a little bit faster, but I hope everyone would still understand me. So it is a pleasure for me to be part of this event, of this leadership seminar. And I want to reflect on how we can build a capable agricultural workforce in South Africa, one that is equipped with the digital skills required to thrive in this rapidly transforming sector. So a little bit about Fanapan. I think she did mention about the project, but what I want to emphasize really is that our core role is bridging the gap between science, policy, and implementation, and ensuring that the evidence does not remain in reports, in journal articles, but it informs real decisions. And we do this through a number of ways, some of which I'm going to share with you this afternoon. Maybe also just to share a little bit about why I felt that this was relevant for FunPan, because sometimes when you get invited, it's not just about, the people that you know that have invited you, but you also have to find and draw from the work that you're also doing. And so as FunPan, our new strategies places strong emphasis on innovation, technology, and inclusion. And in terms of innovation and technology, we are focused on scaling digital agriculture and strengthening the science policy linkages so that technologies are not just developed, but they are also adopted. Because I think there's a real danger in that the science field will come up with excellent innovations, but there's no real adoption on the ground. And that is because of a number of things, maybe the relevance to the context where we are working, the affordability of those technologies, can the farmers actually afford them? And so we try and work at that interface. But at the same time, we recognize that technology is not neutral, right? It's not a one size fits all. And so without deliberate action, it can also deepen inequalities. So this is why gender equity and social inclusion is central to the work that we do. We want to ensure that women, youth, and marginalized groups are not left behind when it comes to this digital transition that we are talking about. Enough has been said about South Africa's agriculture sector being vital and important, so I won't spend time on this. But what I want to do is I want to just emphasize a point that was raised by the minister just a couple of weeks ago, which I think is important. The minister said that there is no longer a low-tech sector. Agriculture is no longer a low-tech sector. It is increasingly scientific, data-driven, and globally connected. And so this transformation opens up new opportunities, especially for young people, but also fundamentally changes the type of skills that are required. The question is, are our universities, are our colleges, are our schools ready for this transformation? So we are now firmly in the fourth industrial revolution, and agriculture is part of this transformation. So we have already heard from the panel before, technologies such as AI, drones, and data analytics are reshaping how farming is done. For South Africa, this represents an opportunity to improve productivity, optimize resource use, expand market access, but importantly, digitalization is no longer an option, it is a strategic imperative. So we are standing at the precipice of where we have to grow an agricultural workforce, right? I think we heard from the Deputy Director General in the morning of how much the agriculture sector has grown in terms of employment as well. But I think what we are seeing is that this growth also comes with a challenge. The nature of work is changing faster than the skills base. And this creates a mismatch between current capabilities, and future needs. The digital divide remains one of the biggest barriers. So we see limited digital skills among farmers and workers. There's also the high cost of data. There's weak infrastructure, especially in rural areas. At the same time, there's a demand for rising data analytics. We're talking about AI. We're talking about the need for precision agriculture and digital farm management, all the things that the panelists have spoken about before. This gap must be addressed urgently. And if we're to fully realize the benefits of Agri-Tech. So to address this, we need to think about skills in a structured way. And I have suggested sort of 3 buckets of thoughts, maybe. So at the basic level, it is about digital literacy. It is about using mobile apps. It's about accessing weather information, right? Which sounds like anyone with a mobile phone can do. But I think that's the assumption. But because think about the people that these technologies are supposed to benefit, the farmers, are they as nimble on apps as our young people in the cities are? Can they sort of easily move between different platforms? Can they upload data? So that's something we need to think about. So that's the basic literacy or the type of skills that are needed. And then we have the intermediate level. So at the intermediate level, it is about data management and farm system. I think we had a little bit about decision making, right? It is about getting the information that is needed for decision making. So that's the intermediate level where we are looking at the operation of sensors. I think the good doctor there showed the chameleon. I was so excited because I've actually interacted with that chameleon in Tanzania, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. And it's exciting to see it here as well. Then we have the advanced level where we are looking at AI, automation, and precision farming. So this progression sort of helps us in designing targeted training pathways for different groups. So the good news is that there are strong policy frameworks already in place in South Africa to be able to catapult this transition that we are seeing. So South Africa's national digital strategy, there's also the Agri-SETA plans, and also at a continental level, there's the African Union's digital agriculture strategy that all provide direction on how this should happen. However, policies alone are not enough. We need strong public-private partnerships to be able to translate these strategies into practical training and real opportunities on the ground. So we are already seeing the impact of digital skills in practice. So I thought I will share some examples where commercial farms are improving efficiency through precision agriculture. And I think I have to underline that it's commercial farms, which goes back to the question of affordability. Who can afford this? And what do we need to put in place so that all our farmers benefit from these technologies? At the same time, there are platforms like Kula. I don't know if you're familiar with this one, but I got to know about it last year as part of the G20 sort of agriculture events that was happening, where we are seeing that thousands of smallholder farmers are able to now access information about financing through this app, and also where we are seeing, like information about markets and prices and things like that. So we are starting to see some sort of good examples of how both commercial and smallholder farmers can use technology. I think these examples show that digital skills are not abstract, but they can deliver real economic value. As FunPan, one of the initiatives that we are leading is the Youth Employment from Food and Agriculture, which is the YEFA program. Here we are working to position youth as drivers of transformation, not just beneficiaries. And what we are focusing on is agripreneurship. We're also focusing on digital skills development. We are focusing on building capacity of our young people to participate in policy and innovation systems. And the goal is really to build a generation of digitally entrepreneurial and climate-aware youth. And based on the work that we do and some of what we have had today, I would like to propose some sort of actions that we can take forward. And I think to move forward for me, 5 priorities are crucial. First is investing in rural connectivity. Second is developing tailored practical training programs. And third is about promoting early digital literacy. I think we have had from Dr. Victor there, he talked about how do we make agriculture attractive, right? That's not going to start with 18-year-olds. I think by the time they are 18 and we expect them to go into the sort of agriculture sector, it might be too late, but we have to start with the little ones who are just getting into school. So can we start there and make sure that we are introducing agriculture, not just agriculture, maybe by Onagri-Tech to children from the time that they are getting into school. And I think also it's important that there's need to incentivize technology adoption. It just doesn't happen automatically. They must be in it for somebody. And we need to make sure that we provide the financial support and tax incentives for farms to be able to invest in agri-tech and associated workforce skills. And I think finally, coming from a policy analysis network that works with different partners, we also want to make sure that we strengthen multi-stakeholder cooperation. It's not just going to be the Department of Agriculture's job, it's going to be the responsibility of all the actors involved. So thank you, let me end there.
Thank you very much, Tembi, for the insightful presentation. And now I would like to call upon, in the meantime, Mr. Vessel Buota, call upon Dr. Godfrey Khatle from GDART, and Prof. Soundy from TUT up to the stage. But while I summarize the intent for the panel discussion, and I did like what you said, Tembi, starting from the basics and building up. That is very powerful, and I was also motivated by the programs that FNAPAN is spearheading, targeted at the youth, focusing on issues of entrepreneurship and issues of early digital technology. I don't know if Dr. Godfrey Khatle is in the room from GDART, if I can just get an indication. Okay. So I'm just moving along as we transition to the next phase of the discussion. So on the floor, I have the senior researcher from UP Enterprise, Mr. Vessel Buota, whom we've also worked with at SACNASP. They had developed a report talking about the future skills for the natural science profession. And just we've heard that agriculture is undergoing, significant transformation that is driven by, technology and the changing market demands. And these shifts are not only affecting how we produce, but also the skills that are required across the sector. I would just like to find out from your perspective, what are the most significant shifts that we are seeing in the agricultural skills demand, and how we should be preparing the workforce to respond to these challenges. Do we have an extra mic for, okay, to Vessels? If you could respond to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you, Dr. Matabane. We did do a very interesting study there at SACNASP around future skills, and thank you for hosting us here today. So I think one of the aspects that needs to be taken into consideration is the aspect of interdisciplinary skills. So we had this area of very great specialization, although that we actually need people that are skilled around multiple aspects. So farming is being influenced by technology. Agriculture is being influenced by technology. We've got crop disease detection, basic AI understanding, satellite and drone data. I'm not going to repeat what everyone has said here, but we now need the agricultural sector to become multidisciplinary. So we also need to understand, how do we commercialize certain aspects? So how do I become from a small-scale farmer into a more commercial aspect? But that would require soft skills. That would require business skills. So yes, we might have this technology drive, but we also need to combine that with the human skills, with the people skills, understanding business, how to grow business. And in 2026, we can't say that we don't know. All of the technology, all of the things is available right in the palm of your hand. You need data, you need access to aspects like AI that can really guide you along a lot of decisions in agriculture, and also equip you with the necessary skills in how to adapt to these technology changes.
Thank you very much, Vessel. And just to Prof, Saudi, we have heard during the deliberations earlier that AI and technology are reshaping the agricultural sector, and to ensure that the sector keeps up with AI and technology development and produce future-ready graduates. How can academia move beyond traditional training models to support rapid reskilling and upskilling for a changing agricultural sector?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think some of the strategies will be to adopt flexible and modular learning, such as using short learning programs and using online and distance-based learning. And also one can strengthen industry academia partnerships where we have students based for work integrated learning or WIL, and you could also have internships. And one could also have experienced farmers who can then be involved in mentorship programs. Also, academia could use digital technology, where we use platforms such as e-learning and mobile apps, and could also have in agriculture simulation tools where we could, for example, demonstrate machinery using simulation. And one could also promote applied research and practical skills, such as using incubators and startup platforms. And maybe lastly, expand focus on future skills. One could look here at things like climate smart farming, as well as training on financial literacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And you spoke about partnerships, and I think our keynote address speaker also highlighted the importance of multi-stakeholder partnerships. How can these partnerships accelerate these transitions that we were talking about?
Well, I think it's important to have partnerships because by bringing different people, you can increase your skilling.
Go ahead, Vessel.
Apologies. Thank you, Dr. Matabane. One of those things, and Prof, you spoke about the work integrated learning, is that quite often we've got students coming out of educational structures and not having that practical application knowledge. So they get into the workplace, but they are not employable. Does that make sense? So we've got the certification, but we don't always have the practice. So a partnership would definitely be between my research institutions, my universities of technology and my other higher educational structures, and my actual private sector that has to go into, we spoke about the triple P model as well. We need to get a lot of these students into areas where they can practically go and experience the theory that they've learned in a textbook or that they've learned in e-learning as an example. That still has to go over into practice. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Articulation is very important. And we'll take a few questions from the floor. As we are waiting, I'll pose a question to you, Stembile. Are we moving fast enough? Or are we still operating at a policy level? What are your views on that? Maybe you start.
I definitely think we are not moving as fast as the technology is moving. I think every day we wake up to something new, a different app or a different way of doing things, which is much faster than the policy space is working. But I think we should not look at policy as something that we have to have in place so that, you know, the transformation happens. I think policy provides the framework, and so it is a general guide. I think the problem comes when there are maybe provisions within policies that prevent certain innovation, and that's where the problem is. But I think what we have seen in South Africa is that South Africa tends to be more responsive to changes. And so you'll find that the cycles of policy reviews no longer sort of wait for 5 years or, you know, the sort of traditional periods that they take. If something comes up, there's always a sort of stakeholder consultation process that happens, and then that informs strategies that can be put in place whilst waiting for the sort of long policy change process.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the floor? There's a question from this gentleman. Anything from this side? Go ahead, sir. If you could briefly introduce yourself and
No, thanks. I'm Pule from Free State. So let me first appreciate all the panelists from the one in the morning up until the current one. But my question is for those that represent government and government agencies. We've heard that we need to move with speed towards that transformation. But one would acknowledge that those who are scholars of change management principles, that there's a process that government should have designed in order to assist those that wants to embrace that transformation processes. So I want to hear from those that represent government and government agencies. What practical tools have you designed to assist farmers and emerging farmers to embrace that transformation process? And you have incentive-based programs that will ensure that the carrot and stick approach then is realized. Because if you don't have incentive-based programs, there will be those that resist this change because people fear the transformation. But if you have the training and development, like identifying the change management champions, and you then have incentives, then you can be able then to have the buy-in in those that come from the traditional models to those that wants to embrace the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Okay, there's two this side.
Thank you for this. My name is Thompson Amampa. I'm a senior security operations and automation engineer. So this whole technological transformation, building this whole farm ecosystem together, involves different technologies working hand in hand together. I haven't heard any information regarding the risks involved with that, such as the security. South Africa is ranked one of the highest countries continuously being breached for cyber attacks, and 5 to 10, ranked 5 to 10 globally wise. So can I ask, what is the thoughts, the measures involved in ensuring that cybersecurity is also involved within the agriculture industry? As we know with other industries, it's not a matter of companies that they won't get hacked. It's a matter of how they handle each situations whereby they are hacked, there is data manipulation involved, and also AI involved can make hallucinations. What are the pre-measurements involved to make sure that those hallucinations do not affect the way the farmers work and the reliability within the ecosystem?
Okay, so my question is, as someone who's doing my master's study in the adoption of AI, right, for smallholder crop farmers, right? So while we've seen impressive growth in agricultural technology or solutions, infrastructural challenges are still a major issue. So my question then is, how, or in your views, or what practical steps are needed to address this gap so these innovations can be fully effective?
Thank you very much. I will allow my panel members to respond to some of the questions that were posed. And at some point, I will put you on the spot, Mr. Magabia from government. There was a question in relation to some of the tools that are in place to assist our farmers and any incentive-based programs. But in the interim, I will also request my panel members to respond.
Okay, Jay, thank you very much. So the first one, I'm not government representative, so I can't respond to that question in full, so apologies for that. Although I can tell you we are very good at writing plans. It's about implementation. So that's my personal opinion. Anyone from the university, don't come and hassle me at my car. That's my opinion. But there is great policy. I think the professor also said that there's great policy. There's those initiatives. There's a lot of initiatives out there. We mustn't underestimate. We need to also educate for the youngsters here. Educate yourself on what initiatives there are out there. There's a lot. In terms of the second aspect, when I was a kid, and I never thought of data security and agriculture working hand in hand. And that's what I mean by interdisciplinary. We need to understand that agriculture is being influenced by multiple other things as well. Things like data security, breaches that happen. They can shut down machinery remotely. We allow that machinery into our houses every day. Guys, Big Brother is watching you the whole time, yeah? Né? So those are the types of skills that we are now associating with agriculture. And that's why we need to have a bit of a mind shift or a framework shift, a policy framework shift in terms of what does that skills match or that skills mix look like in terms of agriculture. I think that's part of what our research outcomes were has also identified. And apologies, I did not get the last question clearly. That's my own hearing. Apologies for that. So maybe I can hand over to one of the other.
All right, thank you. I think on the issue of security, of course, he was asking it in terms of cyber security, but I was also thinking of it from an IP perspective, because I think that's also very important. So I think there are a couple of ways that the government works to try and protect the IP, especially when it comes to things like the example that I can think of it is about seed varieties and how they are already in place laws and frameworks to help protect that. So I know, for instance, that South Africa through SANSO, which is the seed sort of agency that is looking at that, is already signed to the International Plant Breeders Convention. And through that, they're able to track and tag and identify the varieties that are produced locally. I think people from the ARC can speak more about that. But there are sort of systems that are in place to protect our technologies as they are developed. Yeah.
Thank you. Prof, any thoughts?
I think the first question talking about incentives, I think you don't necessarily have to be given, say, handouts from the government. If you see those who are using technology and improving their farming, improving their productivity and yield, then I think that will be an incentive for you to use technology. And in terms of security, I think this is where in agriculture we don't necessarily have to all be doing, say, for example, agriculture production. And we can have others with different skills that can assist with, say, data security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As mentioned before that I will put Mr. Mike Ipia on the spot since he's from GTAR.
Okay. Thank you, program facilitator. I think let me start with the question on the incentives as well. I like the way Prof. Saundi puts it, because often incentives put us in a situation where you often attract people who don't really have the heart, but they're chasing after the incentive. And I think we've seen a number of cases like that, you know. But nevertheless, we do have a number of incentives across, from input support program for farmers, support with mechanization, support with market access. We have also funding for, you know, scaling up infrastructure as part of the commercialization program, where we would fund, depending whatever value chain, we would fund infrastructure development. Let me say that for each value chain that we support, there are industry standards of what is a commercial farmer. So for example, a farmer who's producing broiler chickens, we know that the industry standard says a full commercial farmer is the one who's producing at 40,000, you know, chickens per cycle, you know. So we have a limited number of smallholder farmers who are, you know, being upscaled, who have been upscaled and supported to get to that level. It goes value chain by value chain. So we assess what is the standard, and then we finance. So part of the support is blended funding. We have realized that 100% grants are not giving us the required results. So we are moving away gradually from 100% grants to blended funding, where, you know, we can give a grant matched with a loan. And that is doing great work in terms of, you know, increasing capacity for the farmers to commercialize through increasing their production capacity. Yeah, so there's also other incentives in terms of enhancing market access. You know, for example, being able to take the farmers for trade shows, understanding what the market requires, facilitating contracts, helping them to facilitate contracts. So it's a range of instruments that we have that are available. And then all of this, we try to ensure that, you information is available on social media. You would find that our social media is much more recent compared to our website. So that is one tool whereby information is easily accessible for the farmer. And it's even much quicker, more than the contact between the extension officer and the farmer. So I hope that answers the questions. Thank you, facilitator.
Thank you very much. And I will pose the last question to our panelists, just to find out if you were, if you could prioritize one practical intervention that could be implemented within the next 12 months to accelerate skills development and workforce transition, what would it be and the reasons behind that?
All right. Yeah, that's a tough one. In the next 12 months? Okay. Maybe something I can give as a suggestion to colleagues at the Institute for Future of Work, because I think we're here to help each other to think through, and they probably have the right constituency anyway coming from the university. I think it's probably an audit of the programs or sort of course offering that they currently have, to see if it matches the required sort of skills in the job market. I guess it's probably part of what you do every day. But I think it's something that needs to be, there needs to be a match between what is being offered by the university and what industry wants. I think 2 days ago or yesterday, there was a demonstration by a lot of young people who went to factories and industry, and they were like, give us a job, But nobody's just going to give you a job because you're demanding it. You need to be the right fit. So I think from the university side of things, there needs to be like a matchmaking process that happens.
I like that. What a good response. Excellent. It is, give us the job, and the other side shouts, give us the skill. You understand what I'm saying? So we need to match up that skill. So if I could look towards that, exactly, I would support that. Understand what my first day skills looks like. And what I meant by that is, what do I need to show the day one when I'm employed? What are those skills? What are my core skills for my discipline? So I would like for academic institutions to focus on that, engage with the private sector around that. On an individual level, one of my focus points in the next 12 months would be my digital literacy. We need to up that. That is something that you can go and do. You don't need any assistance from outside. You can go and upskill yourselves in terms of digital literacy. There's so many forums out there. There's so many materials and technologies you can use to upskill yourself. You can ask AI to teach you AI. You understand what I'm saying? We need to think a bit differently about that. So yes, that's my summary.
With me, I'll focus mostly on skills development for a changing economy. And here, coming from a university, one should design curricula aligned with emerging sectors like renewable energy, AI, as well as digital services, and also promote lifelong learning and reskilling of workers displayed by technological or environmental changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a round of applause to our brilliant panel. Thank you very much for the insights into the topic. And now I will hand over to the program director as we conclude this session. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your attention. I think we made it on time.
Thank you very much,
also for saving us some time. If you can just come this side so that they can hand over some gifts of appreciation. And yeah, my feeling is time was not enough, but we did what we could do with the little time that we got. And at least we opened up a platform for discussion. So if you have time to interrogate with any of the panel members any time during the break, please do so. I believe that, you know, with the coming to the end of the, okay, let me just wait for them to finish. Oh, now we have a proper photographer. Okay. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. So I am standing now between your lunch. And we were supposed to finish at least around 13:20, so they saved us some time. So I understand that, you know, we didn't really get enough time to interrogate a couple of things that we wanted to do. But I believe that when we have sessions like this, you know, it is very appropriate that when we go back to our different places, at least we go home with some take-home messages, and we also at different places where we are, irrespective of who you are, you know, as a student, as someone who's coming from the industry, as a farmer, as a service provider. In any case, we have to at least be able to, you know, go with something. Just stop. And before I try to get from the panel what kind of things that maybe you would think we can go on with, I just also wanted to, how do I open it? Okay. Before we go there, I just wanted to maybe to do a small quotation from, it just kept in my mind as it kept coming into my mind as different panels were presenting. And if you allow me, I'm going to just try to quote from the Bible, which is in Ecclesiastes. I've always struggled. But Ecclesia, 10:10, and it says that if the axe is dull and its edge unsharpened, more strength is needed, but skill will bring success. And I believe it's so relevant to what we're doing today, because in our time, the axe is our agricultural workforce. So if we leave it unsharpened, we will struggle with inefficiency and wasted effort. But when we sharpen it with skills such as AI and the Internet of Things and modern technology, we unlock success, sustainable harvests, we unlock empowered communities, we unlock job opportunities and resilient futures. We have heard the statistics of unemployment in South Africa. Just the last panel, different members also talked about reskilling. By the way, reskilling doesn't want you to have a skill before you reskill. Even in the middle of your initial skilling, you can reskill. When I was doing my the beginning of my PhD and end of my master's, I registered for a project management, not even a diploma, a higher certificate in project management. And that happened to be my most prestigious qualification, because it's gotten me into places where I couldn't go to. So I'm talking to students that don't wait until you are done with your qualification that you start reskilling. Start reskilling now. There's so many AI. I was just talking with Prof. Signolo that when we can be excused because we are in a different age. You only know ChatGPT and Copilot, and we use it as Google, you know. But you know, there's so many things that young people can do, and we know our phones are always in the hands of our children, so we know. So as we go forward, may we go forward committed to sharpening the edges of agriculture, to building a workforce that is capable of transforming ordinary effort into extraordinary impact. And may our work, all of us combined, always reflect stewardship, we know in South Africa we have a little bit of problems in being a steward for what you're working for. May we go forward with wisdom as well. May we demonstrate some wisdom, and may we also start being innovative. I work for a University of Technology. We've just redone our strategy, and our effort is just on being innovative and trying to produce entrepreneurial students. I don't know where are you at the process of your studies, but we don't want a student who will only see work as where I am employed, but students are urged to also be employers or self-employed. So I believe that the future of agriculture is not just going to be productive, but it's also going to be sustainable. So with those words said, I would want us to have a mini discussion. And if someone can just take notes for me, let's just take a mini discussion on what do we think are the immediate actionable points that we must take going forward. Anyone of you can raise a hand from any sector. Yes, you can see I'm a lecturer, so I ask questions and I expect answers. From what you have had today, what do you want to see actionable from this gathering so that when we meet again next year, you know that this was covered? We can come back and report back to you on that particular action. Any hand? Any suggestion? Yes. Thank you for a quick hand. Apparently there was another. Is there another hand on this side? Oh, yes, I see that one. Oh, you're taking the microphone to him. We are here as colleagues, right? There is no one who knows better than the other. We just want to move forward. By the way, lunch is a little bit late, so it's not like it's waiting for you outside. So in about 10 minutes, we'll stop.
Hi, good day, everyone. My name is Vuisile Siboza. I'm the founder and the director of Raw Liquid. We manufacture cold pressed juices.
You manufacture what?
Cold pressed juices.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to contribute maybe from the previous question that was answered by Mr. Makaipeya, where the gentleman from the Free State, you wanted to know about the programs and the incentives that are there within the department. So as Raw Liquid, we are the beneficiaries of the program of GDART. When we started, I came from the corporate environment where I worked as a sales engineer for about 18 years. And I left to start my own business within the juicing. We are involved in the agro-processing space. We started working from our own kitchen at home, and then we transitioned into our own garage at home. And now we are based at the Joburg market in City Deep. And throughout that stage, we've been through all those stages with GDART, whereby they have actually assisted us in terms of access to the market, where we participated in most of the exhibitions and the township markets that they used to conduct. And also from designing of our labels and branding and all those things, they've actually played a key role in assisting us with that. And also from the scaling, because he also spoke about funding for scaling up of the equipment as well. So we've also benefited through that as well. So we are actually a living example that their programs are working as well. So wanted to contribute in that case. And another thing up here that we're always talking about employment when we talk about the graduate, and that when they can't find employment and they are sitting at home waiting to be employed. So there are a lot of opportunities that are open. We should also look from starting their own businesses as well and collaborating with other small businesses like ourselves as well. There's a lot that can actually be done rather than waiting to be employed. So there are opportunities that they can create on their own as well through collaborations with entrepreneurs like ourselves and also the universities as well. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the 2 comments. There was a gentleman here. Do you only have one mic? So you really have to do some sprinting. Oh, here's another mic here. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mine was not more so a question, but a suggestion as a young person that I would like to see more platforms or organizations that help us as the youth who are trying to get into the agriculture sector. Because when we go for funding, we are not trusted because of our inexperience. So therefore, we don't have the confidence. So I would like to see organizations being formed that help us through that facilitation process of procuring finance. And yeah, so going into next year, when we do this again, I would like to see more of that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The young people are clipping. Finances is very important. Thank you.
No, thanks. Mine, I think, is input and also to erase what is misunderstood in terms of the inputs that I've made. I think the input didn't actually call for hands out as the respondent of my comments have actually reflected. I have made that comment informed by the success stories in your private sector or in public sectors where you have performance management systems. You put the systems and it rewards as people then excel. So when you say then the principle of change management must actually have an incentive based. It's informed by that principles of performance. And I would like in future to see more CETAs as part of these broader conversations. I've served in LG CETA for 2 terms. And various CETAs I know, they are unable then to spend millions and millions that are allocated to them. And towards their financial end, they dump such money into National Skills Fund. And it does not actually then benefit what Prof have actually talked about, work integrated learning, wheel systems and so forth. So I would like then the CETAs to also be brought in when we engage in this type of the discussion so that we also provide practical programs that will be able then to assist the institution of higher learning in placing these learners into work streams and so that they can be able to gain a practical experience. The last part, I think, what's destroyed this country is not the issue of, as vessels have said, not lack of planning. We do have nice policies and legislations, but what is killing this country is the issue of the silo mentality. We need then to embrace the issue of cross collaborations between all sectors. And I believe that if we can develop that cross collaborations, we'll be able to succeed as a country because our country do have resources. We do have enough resources that we can be able to address the triple challenges that was reflected by other speakers. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is it a response or it's also? Okay. Dr. Gregory want to say something?
Just to respond to that funding question, which we often get a lot when we have these seminars, particularly from the youth. There is a misconception that institutions don't fund the youth because they don't believe in you, which is not the case. There's a distinction between funding ideas and funding something that can be implemented and scaled. So the disjoint is not necessarily that you're young, but it's whether or not what you are proposing can be implemented, whether you show traction in what you've already started. So you're not hoping to get money to try something that might work, but you're saying, look, I've done this much with what I have. This is the results I have. And if I get this money, this is how it will scale and grow and create impact. So it's that translation of what you want to achieve into something that can be actually backed. Because I think as echoing thing we say in the seminars, the government does have resources, both in monetary assistance, but also in knowledge and how to craft your narrative, right? And they want people to come up with ideas that will scale and employ other people, but also be exported out of the country. But how you translate that and communicate that in something that can be funded is the important part. So your youth or whatever preconceived hindrances you might think is not necessarily the case. It's just how you communicate the impact you're trying to make.
Yeah, okay. No, thank you very much for that. So if government has a couple of projects that are aimed at helping the youth and the youth don't know about the projects, so it means that in the middle, there is something that is missing, and maybe it's up to the different sectors that are here to identify that gap and sort of establish maybe a platform that bridges the two, because you think there are opportunities and they're saying we don't know where the opportunities are. So I'm not saying I know. So I'm also part of the people that would want to understand where the gap is and how do we come up with projects that will bridge that gap. Okay. I see quick 2 hands. So it's just one. Okay. Okay, I was looking for Dr. Karakala with my eyes because he has to come in close.
Thanks, Dr. Matut. Yeah, I thought it's an important point that we need to comment on from government side around helping young people to enter the space of either work or entrepreneurship. Mm-hmm. So one of the programs we have is programs that are bridging business incubation programs. Let me simplify it in that manner. So we have a lot of partnerships that we enter into with institutions. For example, the Innovation Hub. So if a young person's got an idea that can be commercialized, they can be supported through that kind of a program, like we have with the Innovation Hub. We also have one with, for example, Value VUT, and I think that's something we need to look at with TUT as well. So there are a number of incubation programs that bridge the gap, where definitely they would assess the potential commercial viability of that particular idea. And then we are able to then put funding to support that particular young person. So there would be a funding called, for example, startup SSG, startup support grant, that helps the person to get basic equipment and inputs that they require to get their product out into the market. And then part of the support that goes with it will be other things like, for example, testing of their product, for example, from a food safety point of view, funding those toxicology tests and other kind of tests that are required, stability tests. So that program is there. We do that also with CSIR, so I think those are some of the things that any one of the young people that have got an idea, they can then be able to be supported through. And then maybe just the last point is to say that we must then understand, and I think in line with the future of work, that we talk a lot about reindustrialization, reindustrialization in the agriculture space. For example, yesterday we were at the launch of a special economic zone in the Val, where you had ISCOs and other companies, big companies. Now, the reality is that the labor of that time, when those industries were big, we can never go back to that kind of, industries that were absorbing high amount of labor that is unskilled. So the point that has been made really about skilling is really our key towards a successful future of work that absorb a lot of work. skilling throughout. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the comments. And really, from my side, also personally, I have learned a lot, and it was very insightful to actually hear what the issues are, that are coming from the young people, and whatever gap that they're identifying, so that we can be able to bring the information to them or fill that space. But also, it was very interesting to also hear about the request for from FunPan in terms of universities lining, not what is that, university aligning with the skills that are needed out there. And I believe that every university is doing that continuously, but maybe we are not doing it at a rate that is as fast as we could take it, because changing a curriculum is not an overnight thing. You don't just wake up and say tomorrow they're doing AI. It always has to be aligned with, but I can assure you, slowly we are getting into, we are always linked with different institutions, service providers that are helping us to do that. So I'm very pleased, and ladies and gentlemen, this is my last comments, and I'm very thankful that you listened very patiently, and thank you very much. I'm not coming back here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this moment to firstly thank our curators, they know themselves, our moderators, for all the bombardment of emails and everything, and for curating such an impactful and insightful event, and also our master conductor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed speakers for sharing such insightful and engaging us and sparking debate on these conversations, and our panel members and yourselves for coming and contributing. I know that the outcomes of this will form a policy brief that will be shared widely together with government and private sector. And I'm happy to hear that some of our partners like FENAPEN have raised their hand to champion, to ensure that there's alignment between skills required by industry and university. We'll be taking you up on that as IFO to help us on how to fast track it. Also, this invitation is open to all of you. You've got my email. Please send me if you want to engage, work on something. If you got money, that's great. I'm here as the researcher. But I want to end off by a moment of silence as we're going home. I think we should take this time to reflect on everything and to ask the higher ups to protect us as we're going home. And thank you very much to everyone. Thank you. Lunch will be served downstairs for everyone, for our invited speakers, panelists, and those who regard themselves as VIPs. You'll be joining our executives in the holding room. For those who don't know, just follow the speakers where the holding room is. Thank you and have a lovely day.